Hello everyone, welcome to WebDev Warrior. In today's video, we're going to build a full stack Q&A platform using MERN stack from scratch. We're going to use Next.js, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, shadcn in our frontend, and we are going to use Node.js, MongoDB, Express.js, JWT in our backend. We're going to build this project from scratch. We're going to build the backend as well as the front end here. So first, let me show you a full demo of this amazing web application. So this is our landing page. So if I reload, you can see here we have scroll effect. Here we have our logo, our dark mode, light mode. So if you click here, it will switch to the dark mode, and if you click here it will back to the light mode. Here we have a sign in button and we have an admin login. So this is our hero section. We have some information, and here we have our questions for our Q&A platform. So this is the anonymous user that posted a questions about ChatGPT versus Gemini. Here we have another one, this person Jason. Here he asked what is shadcn UI, and this is waiting for the answer. These both are waiting for answer. This is another question, what is TypeScript, and this question have answer. You can see it marked as answered, and we have our answer here. We have another question with answer, what is React.js, and here we have the answer. So this is our general landing page. And now let's first sign in. And for the sign in, you can sign up as a user. You can sign in as a user. So I already have account. So you don't have any account, so you need to create your account first. So let's create a account first. Let's use Naruto. The email naruto@gmail.com. Let's use a password here, and if I click here it will create our account. So our account created, and here you can see now you have the option to ask a question. So let's add a question. So you can add your name here or you can make it anonymous. So let's use the name Naruto here, and let's ask the question is, let's say, Madara versus Sasuke, who will win? Let's submit this question, and you can see the question submitted. Here we have the question, we have the name, we have the date, and this question is waiting for the answer. Awesome. So you can ask the questions after you sign up to this project. Then here you have a options. If you click here, you can go to your profile or you can sign up. Let's go to the profile. So this is your profile, and we will implement this profile page also. And here you can see your information, your name, your email, the number of question you asked, the number of answer you get, and the pending question. And here it will show you the member scenes, and you have the option to sign up. So this is for the general user, the user that will asked the question. So now I'm going to sign up, and if I sign up it says log out successfully, and we are back to our landing page, and now we don't have the question box. Now let's log in as an admin. So if I click here to admin, so this is the admin login. So we already have the admin credential created. So here I need to provide the admin email and admin password to access the admin dashboard. So here I'm going to add my admin email and then the admin password. And if I click here to sign in, so login successful. And for the admin, we don't have the question box because the admin will answer the question, not ask the question. And here if I click to the super admin, and then if I go to the dashboard, and you can see we have a very beautiful dashboard for the admin. So here we have the total number of question, the number of answer question, the pending question, and the total number of user. Here we have the recent activities. Here you can see someone asked a question 2 minutes ago, someone asked 4 hours ago, 9 hours ago, 11 hours ago, 12 hours ago. And these two have answered, that's why marked as answered. And these three have pending. And here you can see we have a very beautiful graph chart. So here this day have no question, but here in Saturday we have total 5 question asked and 2 question answered. So this is our chart. I'm going to show you how you can create this chart, and this is the real time data, not some static data. This data is coming from our backend. And here we have the response rate, the average question per user, and the most active day is the Saturday. 5 questions submitted. So this is our dashboard. Then you can go to the questions. So this is the questions. Here you will have all the questions that the user asked, and you can answer this question. So let's answer these questions. So for me, I will say Madara, and I'm going to click here to submit the answer, and you can see answer submitted, and here you can see your answer. If you want, you can also answer this too, and here you can see it marked as answered. Then we have this users. So here we have all three users, the number of users and total questions. So we have Naruto, Jason, and this is myself, and the number of questions they asked. So 3 questions, 1 questions, 1 questions. Then we have this setting, but we don't have any setting button. And you can see we implemented the dark mode also. How awesome it is. You can see how great it looks in the dark mode also. You can go to the question pages, users, and you can see we also have the loading animations. You can do this also. Awesome. So let's go to the home page, and this application is fully mobile responsive. So if I show you the responsiveness, so if I inspect and select a mobile device, so this is our main landing page, and you can see everything fit perfectly, no overflow, and this section looks amazing. Let's go to the dashboard, and you can see our dashboard is also mobile responsive. We have this sidebar which looks amazing. We have our chart, our recent activities, our response rates. Awesome. And let's go to the question page. So this page is also responsive. Let's go to the users. It's also responsive. So all of our pages are fully mobile responsive. So this is a great project that you can add to your resume, or you can add it to your portfolio to impress your client. So in this video, I'm going to teach you everything from scratch. I'm going to start from the scratch and go to all the way to the deployment. So I'm going to teach you how you can use Node.js as a backend, how you can set up your backend, how you can work with it, how you can work with JWT authentications, how you can create your API, how you can ensure the security, the role management, because here we have admin and a regular user, so we have both users. So I'm going to teach you how you can handle this. I'm going to teach you how you can create models, controllers, routes, and how you can create APIs. Then I'm going to teach you how you can add this API to your front-end Next.js applications, how you can work with that, how you can use Axios, how you can work with cookies and all of this. So there's a lot of things that you are going to learn from this video, and we're going to use pure MERN stack, no other libraries or other things. We're going to use the pure Node.js, Express.js, and MongoDB. And in the front end, we're going to use Next.js, TypeScript, shadcn UI, and all of this. So I encourage you to watch the full video for better understanding, and the source code of this project will be given in the descriptions. You can check it out. And if you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section. So without wasting any time, let's start building this amazing Q&A platform together. Now we are going to set up our project. So I'm going to create a new folder inside my PC and I'm going to name it Q&A YT. And then I'm going to open it with my Visual Studio Code. And here I'm going to close this GitHub and I'm going to open a new terminal. And then here I'm going to create two folders. First one is Frontend, and then I'm going to create another folder called Backend. So first we're going to start working with our backend, and after completing the backend we're going to start working on our frontend. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to first cd to my backend, and then here in the backend I'm going to create a app.js, and I'm going to create a server.js. That's it. Then here in the terminal I'm going to use npm init and then hit enter. So we need to name the package. So the package name, let's say Q&A. The version can say description, let's say Q&A app using Next.js and Node.js. And then hit enter, text command, git repository, keyword, author, let's say my name, then hit enter, and then yes. So this will create a package.json here. So you can see here we have a package.json, we have name, version, and all of this. So here for the test I'm going to remove it, and for the start I'm going to use nodemon. So nodemon will always watch our code, and when I hit save it will rerun our script. So we do not need to manually rerun our script again and again. That's why I'm using nodemon. If you don't have nodemon, you can install nodemon, or you can search in the browser by nodemon, and here you can go to their documentations, the npm package for nodemon, and from here you can install the nodemon, and you can see it have a highly download rate. So let's go back to our project. So that's why I'm using nodemon server.js, and the server.js will be our entry point. Now let's go to the server.js, and here if I use a console log and let's say logging from backend, and here we need to use npm start and hit enter, and you can see we have logging from backend. Awesome. That means we can use our script to run our backend. And the good thing is, so by using this nodemon we can just change. So let's change this text and let's say hello from server.js and server.js, and if I hit save it will rerun our script, and now it's a hello from the server. Awesome. So we can now start our code here. So I'm going to remove this and hit save. Next what we need to do is we need to install some packages. So here I'm going to stop the terminal from now. I'm going to clear the terminal, and I'm going to use this npm I, and I'm going to install all of these packages. So if you want you can screenshot this to check which package I'm downloading. So here first I'm installing a bcrypt.js. This is for the password encryption. So in our project we are going to do some authentication system, build a JWT authentication system, and for that we're going to use bcrypt.js to encrypt our user password. Then we have cookie parser. For cookie management, we have course to ensure that the front end and back end are connected properly. Then we have .env so that we can use a configuration environment files. We have express, we're going to use express.js. Express Mongo sanitize, this is for some security reason. Then we have express rate limit, this is also for security. HBS is also for security. Helmet is for security. HPP is for security. Then we have JSON web token. This is our JWT. We are going to use this in our authentication. Then we have our Mongos. We have Morgan. This is for logging. Then we have a validator to validate our user information like the email if it is in the correct email format. And to do this type of stuff, we're going to use the validator. So these are the packages that we need for our backend. So I'm going to hit enter to install all of these packages. So it's installing. Let's wait some time to complete this installation. The installation is completed. Now we have a packet log.json and node module. So first in the app.js, I'm going to use a const express and I'm going to require express. And then I'm going to create a app and I'm going to use express here. So const add and express I'm going to call it, and then I'm going to export. So we are going to use module dot exports and we're going to export our app. That's it. Next, let's go to the server.js, and in the server.js at the top I'm going to use Mongos. So we're going to import Mongos here. We're going to use Mongos when we connect our database. So I'm going to require Mongos, and then we are going to import a .env and we're going to require it from .env. Now here what I'm going to do is in our backend I'm going to create a environment file. So I'm going to use config.env. So these are configuration file, and here let's say we can use a node env. So now it's development. When we deploy this, we are going to change this to production. So these are configure.env file. Now let's go to the server.js, and here what I'm going to use is .env.config, and we are going to specify the path of our environment variable. So here the path is ./config.env. That's it. Now let's console log process dot env dot node env. So here I'm going to use npm start to run our script, and here you can see we have our development environment variable. That means we successfully configure our environment variable and we get the environment variable using this process.env. That's it. After this we are going to import the app and make sure the configuration file at the top, because this is the top of our server and we want that .env file is accessible to the app.js also. That's why it will be at the top. And here we're going to require app, and this one will be ./app. That's it. Now we are going to connect the database in our project. So here for the database, we're going to use MongoDB database. So first I'm going to open a browser and I'm going to search for MongoDB, and then I'm going to open their website, the MongoDB website database, and here I'm going to sign in, and I'm going to log in using my Google. So I already have account. If you don't have any account, you can create one for free here. So this is my dashboard in MongoDB. So here I'm going to click here to MongoDB Atlas, and here I have one project 0. So here I'm going to create a new project and I'm going to name it Q&A YT, and then I'm going to click here to next, and here I am going to be the project owner, so I'm going to click here to create project, and then I'm going to click here to create a cluster, and here I'm going to use the free version, and then I'm going to click here to create deployment. So here I need to solve this, so let's solve this. So now here you have to give a username and a password. You can change the username from here, you can change the password from here. So first time what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my Visual Studio Code and then open my config.env, and here I'm going to create a db username and I'm going to create a db password and a db string. So I'm creating this three environment variable. Now let's go here. So first I'm going to copy the username from here and paste it here. Then the password I'm going to copy it from here and then I'm going to paste it here. Let's add this double quotation here also. That's it. So now I'm going to click here to create database user, and then I'm going to click here to choose a connection method, and here I'm going to click here to drivers, and we are using Node.js, and this is our database string. So here you can show your password here, or you can click here to hide your password. So I'm going to click here to hide my password, and I'm going to copy this string, configuration string from here, and then I'm going to paste it here, and here in this line I'm going to change it to password, and the app name will be, let's say, Q&A YT. That's it. So this is my db, and then I'm going to click here to done. So it's done now. Next we need to do some things. So here you need to go to the database and network access, and then the IP access list, and here you need to add an IP, allow access from anywhere, and then confirm. So this will add all the IP address. So that's it. Now let's go to our project, and here let's go to the server.js, and here first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a db variable, and here I'm going to use process.end.db. So this is our db, and we are going to replace this password with this db password. So by doing this, it will add extra security layer in our database connection. So dot replace
and here we're going to replace password with process dot env dot db password. That's it. And now we can console log our db, and let's go to the backend and run our project using npm star. And here we have our connection string with our password also. Awesome. Let's remove this console log from here, and now we're going to use mongos dot connect. We're going to pass our db and dot then we're going to console log. We're going to console log that db connection successful. That's it. And then we're going to dot catch. Sorry, here we don't have this. And then after then we have dot catch, and we are going to catch any error here, and then we're going to console log the error. That's it. And here we don't have this. So mongos.connect, we are going to pass our db dot then we are going to console log that the db connection successful, or if we have any error we will console log the error. This is our MongoDB connection. Next, in the config.env, I am going to create a port. The port will be 8000, or so here this will be just 8000. So let's go to the server, and here we'll get our port from process.env dot port. If it is not defined, we're going to add 3000. That's it. Then we're going to create a server, and the server will be app.listen. We're going to listen here, and we're going to pass the port, and then we're going to run a callback function, and here we're going to console log, and we're going to add a template literal, and this one will be app running on port, and then we're going to pass the port. That's now if I hit save, and here you can see app running on port 8000, and our DB connection is successful. That means our server is running properly, as well as our database connection is complete. We successfully able to connect our database in our project. Awesome. Next, we are going to add some security settings in our project. So let's go to the add, and then at the top we're going to first import some packages. So first const, we're going to import cookie parsers, and we're going to require this from cookie parser. Next, we're going to import helmet, and we're going to require this from helmet. Next, we're going to import course, require it from course. Then we are going to import Morgan, require it from Morgan. Then we're going to import the rate limit, and we're going to require this from express rate limit. Then we are going to import Mongo sanitize, Mongo sani, Mongo sanitize, and we're going to require this from express Mongo sanitize. That's it. Next, after this, what we need to do is we need to use app.use. So app.use, and then we're going to first pass our cookie parser. So this is the middleware. So we are going to pass cookie parser as a middleware here, and this will run between the request and response cycle. So here we have an error. Let's see that cannot access app. So we need to add the app at the top because it cannot access the app here. So now the error is gone. So app.use cookie parser. So this will ensure our cookie management. Then we're going to use app.io. Then we're going to use helmet. That's it. Then we're going to use app.use, and we're going to use the course, and here we're going to pass a object and the origin. So here the origin will be an array, and here we need to pass our frontend URL. So first let's use http://localhost 3000, because we are going to use Next.js, and Next.js run in localhost 3000. That's it. And when we deploy our project, we are going to add the deployed frontend URL here also. Otherwise, there will be a course error, a access error in your project that you face more oftenly in the full stack project. And after the origin, here we're going to use a credentials to true. That's it. Next, we're going to use app. So this one is for limit requests from the same IP. So from a same IP, we're going to add a limiter of how many requests they can send in a minute or in hour. So that's why we're using a limiter here. I'm going to use const limiter, and I'm going to use rate limit. So rate limit, and we're going to pass an object and the windows window ms will be 60 into 60 into 1000. So this is basically 1 hour. That's it. and then we're going to use the max. The maximum request is 10,000. You can use your own version. You can use 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. So here this one is limit each IP to 10,000 requests per window millisecond. Then we are going to pass a message here. The message will be too many requests from this IP, please try in an hour. That's it. And then we're going to use a standard headers will be true. So this return rate limit info in the rate limit headers. So this will just return a rate limit information to the rate limit header. And then we're going to use a legacy headers to false. So disable the X rate limit headers. That's it. This is our limiter. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use app dot use, and here we're going to use it in our API route only. So we're going to apply this limiter to our API routes only. So that's why we're going to use /API and then limiter. That's it. Then we're going to check if process dot environment, if the environment is development, then we're going to show a development log. So here let's use the development logging, and here we're going to use app.use Morgan, and we're going to pass depth. That's it. So this will add a Morgan logging. That's it. After that we're going to use body parser reading data from the body into rec.body, and here I'm going to use amp.use express. So here we'll have express dot JSON, and here the limit will be 10 KB. So when we work with the front end, we're going to send data from the front end to backend, and this data will be available in request.body. And here we are using this express.json to access this body request body data, and we set a limiter of 10 KB of data at a time. That's it. Then we're going to use data sanitization against NoSQL query injections. We're using this sanitization to work against the NoSQL query injection. And here we're going to use amp.use, and we're going to use rec, res, and next. So basically here we will get a request, a response, and to call the next middleware. And inside this we're going to use Mongo sanitize dot sanitize, and we're going to pass the rec dot body, and then Mongo sanitize dot sanitize rec dot params, and then we're going to use const query copy, and we're going to copy everything from rec.query, and then we're going to use mongo sanitize, and we're going to pass the query copy. So we're sanitize the query also, and then we're going to use rec dot query sanitized will be query copy. That's it. Optionally, we are storing it in our query. So here we have a bracket that we mistakenly removed. So rec dot query sanitized query copy, and then we're going to call our next middleware. That's it. So this is our sanitize. Then we're going to add a demo middleware here using app.use, and we will get request response and next, and inside this we are just going to call our next. But here we are using this to log sometimes to see what our middleware is giving us. So this is a test middleware. So let's say this is the test middleware. That's it. So this is our security measurement that we can add to every project that we work on, and this will ensure the security of our project. So you can just copy all of these, you can see, and you can just write it. You do not need to understand the concept inside this. You can just use this in your project. So this is a separate topics, and this is the topics of security. You can just use these basics security measurement to your project to make your project more secure. So this is it for our security settings. Now we're going to implement some error handling mechanism in our project to handle our error more properly. So what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to create a utils folder, and here I'm going to create a catching.js. So when we start working with our controller function, in the controller function we always need to write try catch block in the controller. So to avoid this, we're going to create a catching function that will catch our error, and we do not need to write the catching try catch again and again in our controller. So in the catching, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use module dot exports, and then we are receiving a function, and here we're going to return a request response and next, and here we're going to call our function with request dot response and next, and then we're going to catch an error and we're going to pass the next. So this simple function will make sure that we do not need to write the try catch block in our controller function again and again. We are just going to use this catching function. Awesome. Next, in the utils, I'm going to create a app error class. So I'm going to create a app error dot js here, and here I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to name it app error, and this will extend the error class, and here we need to use the constructor, and in the constructor we are going to pass the message and the status code. We will get the message and the status code in our constructor, and we need to call the super here and pass the message because the error class needs the message. That's it. Then after the super we are going to use this dot status code will be the status code that we receive, and then we'll get the status here. So we're going to use a template literal, and we are going to use our status code. If the status code is start with, if it is start with 4, then we are going to make it a fail. Sorry, it's not inside this. If it starts with 4, then if it starts with 4, then we will make it a fail, otherwise this will be error. That's it. Then we're going to use error dot capture stack trace, and we're going to pass these and this dot constructor. That's it. Then we're going to use module dot exports, and we are going to export our app error class. So this is our app error class that extends the error class, and in the constructor we are receiving a message and a status code. We're going to call the super with the message, then this dot status code, we are going to add this status code as this dot status code, and we are going to find the status based on the status code. If it is start with 4, we're going to use fail, otherwise we're going to use error. Then we're going to use error dot capture stack trace stack trace, and we're going to pass this and this dot constructor. This will give us where the error happened in our project. And finally we are exporting our app error. So this is our app error class. Next we're going to create a folder inside my backend, and we're going to name it controller. So this is our controller folder, and here I'm going to create a error controller.js, and here I'm going to use module.exports, and we're going to export. We'll get error, request, response, and next, and then inside this we're going to use error.status code. So this one will be error dot status code. If it is not defined, we're going to make it 500. Then error dot status will be error dot status. Otherwise, if it is not defined, we're going to make it error. Then we're going to use res dot status. We're going to send a response, and we're going to use error dot status code, and then dot json, and inside this we're going to pass the status, and this one will be error dot status, and then the message will be error dot message. Then the error, we're going to pass the total error, and then the stack will be error dot stack. So this is the response that we are going to send when we have any error. That's next we need to go to the app.js, and here at the top I'm going to use const, and we're going to name it global error handler, and I'm going to use require, and here we're going to require it from dot slash controller slash error controller. That's it. Next here we will have our actual route first. So here we will have our actual routes. For example, the user route, the admin route, and the question route. After that, we will have a test route. So test route. And here I'm going to use app.get. We'll add a get request and slash. This one will be just slash. And then we are going to use request as the callback function. And here I'm going to use red.status, and this one will be 200.json, and inside this we're going to pass the status. This status is success, and a message. The message is just for testing the server is working fine. That's it. So this is the test route. Now if you go to the any browser and go to the localhost 8000 and hit enter, you will get the status is success and the message is just for testing the server is working fine. Awesome. That means our server is works perfectly here. We can get data from the backend. Awesome. So after the test route, we'll have a app.use, and we'll get rec.res.next. So after making it here, that means first, so in Node.js in the express, the request response work by top to bottom. So it will first find the request here, the actual route. If it is not found, then it will get down to here. So if the route that the user trying to access is not defined, then we're going to run this. So here we will get request, response, and next, and we're going to run it, and we're going to call our next, and we're going to use our new app error class, and here we need to pass a message and a status code. For the message we're going to use can't find, and then we're going to use request.original URL. That means the URL user try to access is not found in this server, and the status code will be 404. So this will run only when not any of the route is matched with the user request. That's it. And then we are going to run our global error handling. So this will run all the routes that are not defined in the app and will throw an error. And here in the global middleware, we're going to use app.use, and we're going to pass our global error handler. That's it. And make sure you import the app error from our utils. Awesome. So now this will give us error if the route is not defined here, and it will also handle our global error also. Awesome. Next, let's go to the server.ts, and in the server.ts, after the .end here, I'm going to use process dot on, and we're listening for the uncaught exception. If any uncaught exception error happens, we'll get the error. And here I'm going to console log that the uncaught that uncaught uncaught exception, and then we're going to use shutting down. So we're going to console log this, and then we're going to add another console log, and we're going to console log the error dot name and error dot message, and then I'm going to use process dot exit and password. So this will handle our uncaught exception errors. And then at the bottom we're going to use process dot on, and here we're going to handle our unhandled rejection. We'll get the error, and inside this we're going to console log, and here we're going to use unhandled rejection, shutting down. That's it. And then we're going to console log error dot name and error dot message. That's it. And then we're going to use server dot close. We're going to use the process dot exit one. So this is our unhandled rejection. So this will work better for our error handling. So now we have a error handling mechanism in our project that will handle the error correctly and properly and show us the error message and other things. So our error handling mechanism is completed. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some folder inside my backend. So first I'm going to create a model folder, and then I'm going to create a routes folder, and then I'm going to create a middlewares middlewares folder. So we have controller, middlewares, and model folder and route folders. So first I'm going to create a user model. So let's go to the model, and here I'm going to user model.js. So this will be our user schema. So this schema will contain the data types the user will contains, for example, the name, the data type of the name, email, password, and all the fields that the user will have. So this is the schema. So here in the user model, I'm going to first create a user schema constant, and then I'm going to use new mongos, and we're going to import it. So we can just use that mongos, and we're going to require it from mongos, and here new mongos dot schema, and we're going to call it, and we're going to pass some value here. So first we have name. The user will contain a name and the name type will be string and the required will be true and trim will be true. Trim means we are going to remove any white spaces. Then we have email. Here the type will be string. Then the required will be true and then the unique will be true. So the email must need to be unique and the lowercase, so lower case will be true and then we're going to use validate and here we're going to use an array and here we're going to use validator. So first let's import validator here. So const, if you remember, we install a validator. So validator and we're going to require this from validator and here we're going to use the validator and dot is email we're going to check if it is email and if it is not an email we are going to pass an error message. The error message is please provide a valid email. That's it. Then after the email we'll have password and in the password the type will be string. Then after the password we have after the type we have required will be true and here we are going to pass a message and say something like please provide a password. That's it. And then the mean length the mean length will be 8 and select will be false. That's it. Next we have password confirm and here I'm going to copy this two line first and paste it here. So here the type will be string and the required will be true and the text will be please confirm your password. So please confirm your password. That's it. Then we're going to use a validator. We're going to use a validate, not validator, validate. We're going to use validate and inside this we're going to use a validator and we are going to use a function. We'll get the current element and here we're going to return L. The current element is equal to this dot password. That means we are comparing our password confirm to our this dot password and if it is not true we're going to send a message and the message will be passwords are not the same. That's it. Then after the password confirm we will have a role, and inside this role we have a type of string, and then enum. So we are going to use enum that the role can only be a user or a admin, and the default user is users. That's it. So this is our role. Then what we are going to do is we are going to use question. So in the normal user data, we are going to add a property which is questions, and inside this we are going to add the question that the user asked. So in the questions properties, the asked question will be added for a user, and here inside this the type will be mongos dot schema dot types dot object id, and then the reference will be question. The question model is not ready yet, but we are going to also create the question model. So the questions will use this question type. Awesome. Then here we are going to add a timestamp to true that will track down the time the user is created. That's it. So this is the user schema, and here after all of this I'm going to create a user, and I'm going to use mongos dot model and pass the user model, and we're going to use user and pass the user schema. That's it. And then I'm going to use const user, not const, sorry. Here we're going to use module dot exports, and we're going to export the user. That's it. And here we are also going to add two method here. So first one is to hash our password. We're going to done it here so we can use it later. So first we're going to use hash password. So we're going to use user schema dot pre-hooks. So here we are using a pre-save hooks. That means these pre-save hooks will run before the user is created. That means let's say a user is creating an account with a password of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So this password will be encrypted just before the user is created and stored in the database. So that's why we're using a pre-save hooks. And here we're going to use an async function, and inside this we are going to check if not this dot is modified password, then we're going to return. That means if the password is not modified, then we're going to just return. Otherwise, let's first import the bigcrypt. That's why we're going to use the bigcrypt.js. So const bigcrypt equal to require bcrypt checks, and here we are going to use this dot password will be await bcrypt dot hash, and we're going to pass our this dot password and a solved value of 12. So this means how strong the encryption will be. So 12 is the standard value. You can add other value also, but the recommended one is 12. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this dot password confirm, and we're going to make it undefined because we do not need to save it in our database because we already match the password and the password confirm. That's it. So this is our hash password. Here I'm going to create another function which is this one is called methods, and this method will compare our password. So when we start working with login, we need to compare the user password and the password that is saved in the database. But here the problem is the user password is in the raw format, for example like this, but in the database the password is something like this, the encrypted password. So we need to somehow encrypt the user password and the password that is stored in the database. So for that reason, we are going to create a method here so that we can use it later to compare our user input password to the user password that is stored in the database, the encrypted one. So here we're going to use methods method to compare passwords. So here I'm going to use user schema dot methods, and I'm going to name it correct password, and this one will be an async function async function async function, and we will get the candidate password and the real password. So we are going to pass the password input by the user and the real password stored in the database, and then we're going to return await bcrypt dot compare, and we're going to pass the candidate and the real. This will return true or false based on the comparison. That's it. Awesome. So this is our user model. Our user model is now completed. Next, we are going to create the question model. In the model, I'm going to create a question model.js, and here I'm going to use const question schema will be new Mongo's so let's remove this and new Mongo's dot schema, and here inside this first we have question. The question will be a type string. Question will be type string, and required will be true, and we're going to pass a message question is required. Then we're going to use trim, and the trim will be true, and the mean length will be 5. This is our question. Then we have a optional name from frontend per question. So this is the name that the user will provide before asking the question. So this will be the display name, and here the type will be string. The type will be string. Display name type will be string. We're going to trim it. The trim will be true. Then max length will be 50, and the default will be null. That's it. Then we're going to use the real user. This is for admin reference. So this is just for the admin to see who asked the question. So asked by, and in the asked by, the type will be mongos dot schema dot types dot object id, and the reference will be user, and this one is required to true. We must need to pass the user that asked the question. Then we have the admin answer. So the answer, here the answer, the type will be string. Answer type will be string, and default will be null. That's it. After the answer, we are going to use the answer answered by and here in the answered by, the so this one will basically this. The answer by type will be mongos.schema.types.object_id. The reference will be user, and the required is, and we do not need the required here. We just use the default will be null. That's it. Then we're going to use the status, and we're going to use type string, and enum. So this can be unanswered or answered. That's it. Default will be unanswered. That's it. And here we're going to pass a timestamp true to track down the time the question is created. And then we're going to add a filtering, which is the newest first. And here we're going to use question schema dot index, and here we're going to use created at -1. Then I'm going to use const question will be just like this one. So I'm going to copy this from here and paste it here. So this one will be question and question schema, and here this one will be question. That's it. So this is our question model. Our question model is also completed. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add admin to our project. In our project, we have only one admin, and we're going to add the admin in our environment variable, the admin credentials, and we will have a separate controller and login form for the admin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a admin email and admin password in our config file. Only using this credential a admin can log in. So in this project there will be only one admin, that is you, and you will add your email and your password here, which you are going to use to log in as a admin. So here first I'm going to create an admin email and admin password. So here for admin email, let's use example @gmail.com, and then for the password let's say example @1234. That's it. So this will be our admin email and admin password. Now we need to build something to somehow add our admin to our database, because there will be no route for the admin to create their admin account. We're going to manually add the admin to the database. So to add the admin in the database, we're going to create a seedadmin.js file. So in our backend, I'm going to create a seedadmin.js. So this will add our admin to our database. So here what I'm going to do is first I'm going to require .n and then .config, and here we're going to pass the path for our configuration file, which is /config.n. So this is our environment variable setting, so that our admin email and admin password is accessible. Then we need to connect our database. So here in the server, I'm going to copy this DB code from here to database connection code, and I'm going to paste it here. And before that, I'm going to import Mongoose, and I'm going to require it from Mongoose, and then we are going to import the user model, and we're going to require this from dot slash model slash user model, and we're going to import the app error, and we're going to require this from dot slash utils slash app error. That's it. And then we're going to replace our database strings, where the password will be replaced with database password, and then we're going to connect our database here. After connecting our database, we're going to create a seed admin file, seed admin function, and this will be an async function. And inside this function, first we are going to check if we already have the admin information or the admin added to our database. So const existing admin, we are going to await user dot find one, and we're going to find using email, and here the email will be process dot inv dot admin email. That's it. So this will find if any existing admin is in our database. Then we're going to check if existing admin, if we already have admin, then we're going to console log, and we're going to console log that admin already exist, and we are going to use process dot exit. We're going to exit the operation. If the admin is not added in our database, in that case we're going to use const admin. We're going to create a dummy admin, and we're going to await user dot create. We're going to create a admin user. The name will be super admin. You can name it anything you want. You can name your name here, and the email will be process dot env dot admin email, and the role will be admin. Then the password will be process dot env dot admin password. That's it. And password confirm will be this password. That's it. So this is our admin, and this user dot create will create a admin in our database. Then here we are going to console log that admin created, and we're going to log the admin, and then we're going to use process dot exit. That's it. And finally, we're going to call our seed admin function here. That's it. Now we just need to run this file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate it. We're going to add another terminal here, and I'm going to it already in the CD backend. And here I'm going to run node seed admin.js, and I'm going to hit enter, and DB connection successful, and the admin created. So here you can see the admin created. The name is super admin, the email here, the password, the encrypted password, the role, and the question, and all of this. So our admin is created perfectly. Now what you can do, you can just remove this admin log here. And now if you again try to add the admin, let's see what happened here. And you can see admin already exists. That means our error handling also works here. Now let's go to our MongoDB. So this is our MongoDB project. And here, if I click here to browse collections, it will open the collections for our project. So it's loading the cluster, and it's loading the cluster. And here you can see we have Q&A, YT, and inside this we have a users, and inside this users we have our admin. How cool is that? You now have admin added to your database, your MongoDB database. So here you have the name, the email, the encrypted password, and you can see our encryption works perfectly here. The role, the question, the created and updated. Awesome. So that means we successfully able to add our admin to our database. Next, what we need to do is we need to add a authentication system so that the admin can log in. So what I'm going to do is in controller, I'm going to create a admin controller, admin auth controller.js. Now in the admin auth controller.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to export dot admin login. So I'm going to exporting a file admin login. And here at the first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our catching function. And so let's import the catching here. So const catch async, and we're going to require this from dot slash from our utils slash catching. And we're going to wrap our admin login using this catching so that we do not need to use the try catch block again and again. So here I'm going to catch async, and inside this we'll have an async function, and inside this async function we have our request, response, and next, and then inside this we will get the email and password from our request dot body. So when the admin login, they need to provide the correct email and password, and this email and password will be available in the request.body. That's it. Next, we are going to check if there is no email or there is no password. In that case, we are going to return call our next middleware, and we are going to use new app error, and we are going to import it. and we need to send a message which is please provide email and password, and we need to pass the status code. So for this one will be 400. That's it. And then if the email and password is available, we're going to find the admin using await user model. So we're going to use the user model, we're going to import it, and we're going to find one. We're going to find this using the email, and the role will be admin. So we're finding the admin using the email, and the role needs to be admin. And then we're going to dot select, and we're going to just select the password. That's it. This is our admin. Now we're going to check if there is no admin, if the database contains no admin using this email, then or we're going to add another condition, or we're going to use not, and we're going to await, we're going to use admin dot, and we're going to use our method. The method we add in our model, which is the correct password. So I'm going to copy this from here, and we're going to use admin dot correct password, and we're going to pass the password in the database, and admin dot password. So this is the password that user type, and this is the password that is saved in the database. And if the password is not matched, then we are going to return next a new app error, and we're going to use invalid admin credentials, and we're going to pass 401. That's it. And if everything is okay, then we need to send a response. But here we're going to send the response using token also and cookies. So here after the authentication, we are going to send the cookie in our front end so that we can use the cookie here. For that reasons, we are going to create a function that will send our response along with the token. So here to send the response with cookie, I'm going to create a separate helper function. So in the utils, I'm going to create a function called auth helper. Auth helper.js. And here, first I'm going to import JWT and require JSON web token. That's it. Next, we're going to first create a sign token function that will generate a token, and we're going to pass the ID here, and using this ID we're going to generate the token. Now here we're going to use JWT dot sign, and then inside this we're going to use the ID, and we're going to also need some environment variable here. So let's go to the config.n, and here we need is jwt secret, then we need jwt expires in, and we also need jwt cookie expires, and for the secret you can use anything you want as your secret. So I am using this as my jwt secret. And then for the jwt expire in will be 90 days, and jwt cookie expire in will be 90. So this is our jwt secret, jwt expires in, and cookie expires. Now let's go to the auth helper, and here after passing the id, we're going to use process dot inf dot, and here we're going to add our jwt secret. So I'm going to copy it from here and paste it here, and then we're going to, it's another object, and here the expires in will be process dot inf dot jwt. So let's copy it from here. This is the jwt expires in, so copy it and paste it here. That's it. So this will generate a token. Next, I'm going to create a create send token here, and here we will receive a user, a status code, then we are going to receive a response and a message, and inside this, first we are going to generate the token using the sign token, and we are going to pass user dot id, and then so that's it. We just need to pass the id here, so this will generate a token. Then we're going to use ref dot cookie, and we're going to name our cookie token, and then we're going to pass our token, and then we're going to add some options. So first, the expires will be new date, and inside this new date we're going to use date dot now, and we're going to call it, and we're going to add process dot in dot, and we're going to add the jwt cookie expire here. Cookie expires, let's see, cookie expires, and then we're going to multiply it with 24, 16, 16, and 1000. That's it. This is our expires now, and then the http only will be true, the secure will be process dot env dot node env if it is production. So in the production, we're going to make it secure, and then the same side we're going to check if it is production. If it is production, then we're going to use same site none, otherwise same site will be lax. That's it. So this is our cookie setting. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use user dot password will be undefined, because at that moment we do not need our password anymore. And then we are going to use res.status will be the status code that the user sent, that we are going to send here dot json, and here the status will be success, the message, and the data will be user. That's it. So this will create a token, and this will configure the cookie, and finally it will send the response. Now here I'm going to use module dot exports, and we're going to export create send token and sign token. That's it. So this is our auth helper. Now let's go to the admin auth controller, and here now we're going to use create send token, and we're going to pass the admin, then the status code will be 200, then we're going to pass the response, and the message will be admin login successful. That's it. So this is our admin login. Now we need to add this controller function to the route, because without the route this function will do nothing. So the plan is we are going to add a route, something like slash admin slash login, and by hitting this route this function will run and check everything. So first I'm going to create a routes here, and I'm going to name it admin routes.js, and here first I'm going to import express and require express, and then I'm going to create a router using express dot router. That's it. And then we are going to use module dot exports, and we're going to export the router from here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my app.js, and here at the top I'm going to import, so const admin route, admin router, and we're going to require this from dot slash controller slash, not controller, sorry, so require dot slash routes slash admin route. That's it. Now here where we actually add our routes here. So let's go here. So I'm going to n dot use, and here the route will be API slash v1 slash admin, and we're going to add our admin router. So using this part will be common for all the admin routes that we are going to create. So for admin route, the default route will be something like that: localhost 8000 slash API slash v1 slash admin. This part will be common for all the admin route. And for example, if I go to the admin route here and let's add our login. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use router dot post, and we're going to use slash login, and we're going to use admin login, and we're going to import the admin login. That's it. Now by using this slash login, this will be added here. So after the admin, this will be slash login. And in the admin route, if I create another one, we can create something like logout and all of this. So basically this part will be common, and then we can add the extended part in our admin route. So this is our admin route, and we added the admin route here. Next, we need to test it. We're going to test if our admin route works perfectly or not, if it is working or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a application called Postman. So this is the Postman. I'm going to use Postman to test our API endpoints. So here I'm going to add a request here. So these ones at https localhost 8000 slash API slash b1 slash admin slash login, and this will be a post request, and in the body where we need to pass the raw data in the JSON format. So here we're going to pass our body, our email, and we are going to pass our password. Sorry, password. Now the email is example at the rate gmail.com, and for the password let's use 1234567 a wrong password. Now if I click here to send the request, and you can see invalid admin credential. That means our error handling works perfectly here. Now let's add our actual password, which is example at the rate 1234. Now if I click here to send, and now you can see status is successful, admin login is successful. In the data we have our user information, the ID, the name, the email, the role, and all of this. And you can see here the password and password confirm field is missing because we do not need it here. And here if you notice that we have one cookie, this is the token and the value is this. So this is our token. Awesome. That means now we have successfully created our admin in the database, and we also implemented a admin login functionality. Awesome. So in the Postman you can save it in a collection and all of this, but I'm not going to do it here. So this is our admin functionality. So our admin functionality is completed. Next, we are going to implement the user controller, where we are going to implement the user auth controllers and other user controller functions. So first I'm going to create a controller here and I'm going to name it user controller.js, and then in the routes I'm going to create a user routes.js because we need the user routes. And in the user route, first I'm going to import the express require express, and then I'm going to create a router using express dot router, and I'm going to use module dot export, and I'm going to export the router. That's it. Now we're going to add this in our app. So let's go to the app, and here at the top I'm going to import the user router. So require dot slash routes slash user routes, and here we're going to use amp dot use, and we're going to slash API slash v1 slash users, and then we're going to use our user router. That's it. So this is our admin routes and this is our users route. Now we're going to create our user auth controller. So let's go to the user controller here. So first we will have user sign up, and here I'm going to export dot sign up, and I'm going to use catch async, and we're going to wrap our, so this comment will be here, and inside this catch async we will have our async function with request response and next, and then inside this we'll get our name, email, password, and password confirm, and we're going to get this from request dot body. So the user will need to pass the name, email, password, and password confirm. The front end will send this information in our backend. Next we're going to do a basic validation, and here I'm going to use if we don't have name or we don't have email or we don't have password or we don't have password confirm, then we're going to return next, we're going to use new app error, and we're going to import it, and the message will be all fields are required, and the code will be 400. That's it. Then we are going to check if the user already exists. So here we're going to create a variable existing user, and we're going to await, we're going to use our user model, and we're going to find one, so we're going to find one, and we're going to find one using the email, if we have existing user, that means if we already have a user using this email, we're going to send a error message. So we're going to return, we're going to use next new app error, and we're going to pass the message that email already in use, and we're going to pass 409 as a error message. That's it. Then we're going to create the user. So create the user, and here const new user will be await user dot create, and here we're going to pass the name, the email, the password, confirm, and the role will be user. That's it. So these are user. Then we are going to send JWT and response with cookie. So here we are going to use our function, the util function, which is create send token, and we are going to use a new user. Then the code will be 201, and the message will be sign up successfully. Sign up successful. That's it. So this is our sign up function. Now we need to add this in our route. So let's go to the user route, and here I'm going to use router dot post, and we're going to slash sign up, and we're going to call our sign up function. That's it. Now we're going to check this in our postman. So let's go to the postman, and here now we're going to change this to v1 slash users slash sign up, and this one will be a post request, and in the body we're going to pass a email. So let's use, and then we also need to pass the name, and let's use my name, then password, then password confirm. So here let's say password is 123456789, and here use 1234567. That means our password and password confirm is not the same. Now if I click here to send a request, and here we have a user validation failed, password confirm. Passwords are not the same. That means we correctly get our error message. Now let's use the same password here. So 1234567. Now if I click here to send, and here we have raise.cookie is not a function. So here I think we have some issues. So let's go to the user controller, and here I think after the code we need to pass the response here also. So now if I click here to save, and if I go to our collection here, and if I refresh, and let's go to the QNAYT, and let's go to the user, and we already have added to this user, but the response is not sent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete it from here, and now let's create the user again. So if I click here to send, Now the user is created. Now the status is success, message is signed up successfully, and in the data we have user with name, email, role, questions, ID created and updated. Awesome. So we successfully created the sign up function for user. Awesome. Next, we are going to implement the login functionality for the user. So login, user login, user login. So here I'm going to exports dot login and I'm going to use catch async, and here I'm going to use async, and I'm going to use rec res and next, and then inside this we're going to get the email and password from a rec dot body. Then we're going to check email and password fields. So here I'm going to check if there is no email or there is no password. In that case, we're going to return next new app error, and the message is please provide the email and password, and the code will be 400. That's it. After checking the email, we're going to find the user and include the password. So here const user will be await, and we're going to use our user model dot find one, and we're going to find using the email, and we're going to dot select, we're going to select password. That's it. Then we're going to validate user and user password. So here we're going to check if there is no user, or we're going to check if not. So here we're going to use our compare function. So we're going to use await user dot, and the function that we created is this, the method, the correct password. So copy their name and user dot correct password, and here we're going to pass the password from the user, and we're going to pass user dot password. That's it. And if it's not true, then we're going to return next new app error, and the message is invalid email or password, and the code will be 401. That's it. Then we are going to block our admin from user login. The admin will not able to log in using the user login because the admin has a separate login functionality and login page. So here we're going to take if user dot role is equal to admin, then we're going to return next new app error, and here we're going to use admins must log in via the admin login route, and the code will be 403. That's it. If it match all the conditions, then we are going to send response and cookie. So here we're going to use create send token, and I'm going to use user and 200 for the code. Then the response and the message is login successful. That's it. So this is our login functionality. Let's add this in our user route. So in the user routes, we're going to use router dot post, and this one will be slash login, and the function will be login. So this one. If I hit save, and let's go to our postman. So here we're going to change this from sign up to login, and in the raw data we do not need the name here, we just need the email and password. So first let's use a invalid password. Now if I click here to send, and you can see invalid email or password or error handling works. Let's use the correct password now, and if I click here to send, now you can see success, login successful, and we get the correct user. Awesome. So this is our login functionality. Our user login functionality works properly. Next, we are going to implement the logout functionality. So here I'm going to use logout. So user logout, and here I'm going to export dot logout, and here we'll get the request response, and inside this we are going to use the catch async here, and inside this we are going to use async request response and next, and inside this we are going to use res dot cookie, and the cookie name is token, and we're going to make it empty, and inside this we're going to use expires will be new date and 0, and then http only true. That's it. And let's check what we use as our token name in our create send. So token. So let's go to the user controller, and then we're going to use res dot status 200, and we're going to use .json, and the status will be just success. That's it. Now we are going to add this in our user route. So in the user route we are going to use router dot post, and this one will be slash logout and logout. That's it. Now if I go to our postman, and here change it to logout, and we do not need to pass anything here. And now if I click here to send, you can see status success, and now we don't have any cookies from the server. Awesome. So our logout functionality is also completed. Next, we are going to create a controller function to get all the users. So here we're going to create a function to get all the users, and here I'm going to use exports get all user, and I'm going to use catching, and here I'm going to use async function and request response and next, and then inside this we're going to get the user. So const user, we're going to await user dot find, and we're going to find, so here we're going to find all the user except the admin, because admin is not a user. That's why we're going to remove the admin from the user. So here I'm going to use email, and email is here not equal, that means not equal, and then process dot env dot admin email. So you're going to remove the user that have the admin email. That's it. And then we're going to dot select, and we're going to select, we're not going to select the password, and password confirm. That's it. And then we're going to populate the user information, populate the question for the user. So if you remember the user model contains a question part where it is a type of Mongo's schema type object ID, and the reference is question. So we are populating the question so that it shows the actual question data here. So let's go here. So populate, and inside this populate, the path will be questions, and that's it. The path will be question, and then we're going to sort it, and sort it is in created at -1. That means the latest users first. So this is our users, and here I'm going to use res dot status. It will be 200 dot json, and inside this the status will be success, and the results will be users dot length, and the data will be users. That's it. So this is our function to get all users. Now let's go to the user route, and here the router dot get and slash all and get all user. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our postman, and if I use all and the request is get request, and now if I click here to send, here we have an error that schema hasn't been registered for model question, missing schema for model question. So here somehow the question model is creating a error. So let's go here, the populate path questions. So here I figure out the problem. The problem is we need to import the question model here. So let's use const question required dot slash model slash question model. So now if I hit save, now if I click here to send the request, and now you can see we have successful. We have one user and then we have the user data. Awesome. So that means we successfully get all the users in our database. Awesome. Next, we're going to create a controller to get the currently login user. But before implementing the controller for getting the currently login user, we need a middleware to check if the user is login or authenticated. Then we are going to send the request to get me, the get me controller. So let's first implement this, then I will explain this to you. So in the middleware, I'm going to create a is authenticated.js file, and here first I'm going to import jwt. So require JSON web token. Then I'm going to import the user from require dot slash model slash user model, then app error, and require dot slash utils slash app error, and then catch async require dot slash utils slash catch async. That's it. Then I'm going to create a const is authenticated function, and we're going to use our catch async here, and inside this we'll have our request, response, and next, and then we're going to get the token from rec.cookies. So here this one will be async, and then this. So let's rewrite this. I think something is missing here. Catch async, async, request, response, next, and here we'll get the token from rec.cookie dot cookies dot token, or we will get this from rec dot headers dot authorize authorization. So authorization, and we're going to split this using a space, and we'll get the second element. That's it. Then we're going to check if there is no token, then we're going to return next new app error. We'll pass the message which is you are not logged in. Please log in to access, and 401. That's it. Now if we have a token, we're going to decode the token. Decode it will be jwt dot verify. We're going to pass the token, and we're going to pass the process dot env dot jwt secret. That's it. And then we will get the current user using await and user dot find by id, and we're going to pass decoded dot id. So when we sign our token, here we use our id to create the token. So now when we decode it, we get the id, and using this id we are finding the currently login user. Now we are going to check if there is no current user, then we are going to return next new app error, and we are going to send the message the user belonging to this token does not exist, and the code will be 401. That's it. Then we are going to pass reg.user, and we're going to use the current user. So in the request we're creating a user, and we're storing our current user, and then we're going to call our next middleware. That's it. This is our is authenticated. Next we need to use module dot exports, and we're going to use is authenticated. That's it. And here I'm going to create another middleware function that we are going to use later, which is authorize role. So for the dashboard statistics, we do not allow the user to access the dashboard statistics. So in these types of case, the authorized roles come into the picture, and we will specify that this route will only be accessible by the admin, not by the user. So that's why I'm going to create a authorize roles.js here, and here I'm going to use const authorize roles, and here dot 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 we are going to pass the allowed roles, and here we're going to return rec res and next, and then inside this we're going to check if rec dot user, if not request dot user, then we're going to return res dot status 401 dot json, and the message will be not authenticated. That's it. Then we're going to check if not allowed roles, if the roles is not allowed here, if it is, it's dot includes rec dot user dot role, then if it is not allowed, then we're going to return, we're going to use res dot status 403 dot json, and here the message will be access denied, insufficient permission. That's it. And then we're going to call the next method. That's it. So this is our authorized roles.js. So here I'm going to use module, not model, module, not model, sorry. So let's remove this. This one will be module dot exports, and we're going to export the authorized role. That's it. So this is our two middleware. One is authentication, authenticated, and another one is authorized roles. So we are going to use this two middleware in our project also. Now let's go to the user controller. Now we're going to implement the get me function. So I'm going to use exports dot get me, and I'm going to use cache sync, and here request dot response dot next, and inside this first I'm going to block admin access, because admin doesn't need to get their account using this get me. So here we have a mistake. So catch async, async, request, response, next, and here we're going to block the admin there. So we're going to check if break.user.role is equal to admin, then we're going to return next new app error. The message will be admins are not allowed Here the code will be 403. That's it. Then we will get the user by await user dot find by id, and we're going to use reg dot user dot id, and we're going to select, and we're not going to use the password and password confirm, and then we're going to populate. So here we're going to populate the path. The path will be questions, and options will be sort. We're going to sort this using created at -1. That means the newest first. Newest first. That's it. Then we're going to check if there is no user. We're going to return next new app error. The code is user not found. The code will be 404. Otherwise, we're going to send the rest dot status will be 200 dot json. The status will be success, and the data will be user. So this is our get me controller. Now let's go to the user routes, and here in the user route we're going to use router dot get slash me, and here when the user hit this route, first we're going to run is authenticated middleware, and then we're going to run get me. So what will happen here when the user hit this URL, it will first go to the is authenticated function middleware, and this is the is authenticated. Then it will go through it, and if there is no token, it will immediately send an error, and this will not go to the get me function. And if everything okay, if the user is authenticated, then it will call the next middleware, and the next middleware in that case is this get me. Then it will go to the get me function, it will block the admin, it will get the user using this request user id, and then it will send the user as a response. So I'm not going to check it in the postman, and I'm not going to check the other controller that we are going to create in the postman because it will be time consuming. We're going to directly check this middleware, check this API, the controller and APIs, all of this in our front end. And if we face an error in the front end related to the backend, we are going to get back to our backend and fix the error. So this will more appropriate, I think, and we will need less time by doing this. So for now, our user controller is completed. Now we're going to build the dashboard controller, where we'll add a dashboard stats controller to get the statistics for the admin. So here in the controller, I'm going to create a dashboard controller.js, and here I'm going to export dot get dashboard stats, and I'm going to use shadcn, and I'm going to use async rect res and next, and then inside this first I'm going to find the users, and I'm going to use await user. I'm going to use user model to find, and we're going to find everyone except for the admin. So email will be not include, and here will be process dot env dot admin email. That's it. And we're going to populate. So populate path will be questions, and we're going to select question answer status and created at. That's it. So this will give us the users. Then we're going to create a total users will be users dot length. That's it. Then we will get the all questions using users dot flat map. We're going to use flat map method, and we'll get the user, and then user dot questions. That's it. Then we'll get the total questions will be all questions dot length. That's it. Then we will get the total answered. Total answered will be all question dot filter. We'll get the question, and we're going to check if question dot status is equal to answered, and we'll get the length. That's it. Then we'll get total pending. Total pending will be all questions dot filter. We'll get the individual question, and we'll get status is equal to unanswered, and we'll get the length. This will give us the total pending. Then we will get the response rate. So const response rate will get the total questions. If the total questions is equal to 0, then the response rate will be 0, and then here we'll get the total answered divided by total questions, and we're going to multiply it with 100 and dot to fixed. This will give us the response rate. Then we'll get the average question per user, and here we'll use total users. If it is equal to 0, then 0. Otherwise, total questions divided by total users and dot to fixed 2. This will give us the average questions per user. That's it. Then we are going to find the most active day. So here first I'm going to create a day counts. Will be an empty object. Then we'll add a answer day count. Will be another empty array. And then we're going to use all questions, and then we're going to use for each to get the question, and then here we're going to use const day new date q dot created at dot get day. We'll get the day from here, and we're going to use day counts. In the day position, we're going to add day count day, otherwise 0, and plus 1. That's it. Then we're going to take if q dot status is equal to answered, then we're going to use answer day count day answer day count day will be answer day count day value or 0 and plus 1. That's it. Then after this we'll create a let most active day. For now this will be null, and let most active count 0, and we're going to use for const day in day counts, and then we're going to check if day count day is greater than most active count, then we're going to use most active count will be day counts day, and most active day will be day. That's it. Then we are going to create a const weekends, weekdays. This one will be an array with Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So these are weekdays. Then we are going to prepare our chart data for frontend. So here const chart data will be weekdays dot map will get day name and index, and inside this we'll get name will be day name, then questions will be day counts, index otherwise 0, and then answered will be answer day count, index otherwise 0. So this is our chart data. Then we will get the recent 5 questions. So const recent questions will be all questions dot sort will get a comma b, and new date b dot created at minus new date a dot created at, and then dot slice 0 to 5. That means first 5 question, recent question. That's it. Now we're going to send response. So res dot status will be 200 dot json, and status will be success, and then data will be total users, then total questions, then total answered, total pending, then response rate. So we're going to use template literal, and then response rate percentage, and then average question per user will be number average question per user, then most active day will be most active day. If it is true, then day will be weekdays, and the most active day. And question questions will be most active count, otherwise no. That's it. Then we are going to use recent questions and chart data. That's it. So this is our data dashboard stats function controller. So this will give us all the dashboard related information that we need. Now we're going to add this in our admin route. If you want, you can create a separate route for the dashboard, but I am going to add it in the admin just because it just have a one controller. So let's go to the admin route, and here router dot get, this is a get function, and slash dashboard stats. And first we're going to make sure if the user is authenticated to get this. So let's import, so const is authenticated require dot slash middleware slash is authenticated. And we are also going to import the authorize role require middleware slash authorize role. That's it. And here we are going to add first the is authenticated, and then authorize roles, and only for the admin, and then we're going to pass our get dashboard stats. So this is our dashboard stats router to get the dashboard stats. So our backend is completed. We implemented all the model, all the routes, all the controllers. And next, we're going to start our front end. We are going to use this APIs in our front end. And if we face any error regarding the backend, we will come back to our backend and we are going to fix the backend error. So for now, our backend is completed. Now I'm going to set up our front end. So here I'm going to cd to our front end. First, let's go back to the root, cd to front end. That's it. And I'm going to split the terminal, and here I'm going to cd to back and cd backend. And here I'm going to run my backend using npm start so that our backend is running here. Now in the front end, first I'm going to install the latest version of Next.js using npx create next app at the rate latest, and I'm going to add a dot slash so that all the package are installed in our front end folder, and then I'm going to hit enter. So here we have three options. One is use the recommended defaults offered by the Next.js, or we can reuse our previous setting, or we can customize our own setting. So I recommend you to use this Next.js recommended default, and I'm going to hit enter, and this will install all the necessary package to initialize a Next.js project. So let's wait some time to complete the installation. Our installation is completed. Now in the front end, we have a lot of file that is generated. Next, I'm going to install shadcn UI. So in this project, we are going to use shadcn UI. So if I search for shadcn UI, and here you can use it, and you will get some components in the shadcn. So if you go to their components, they offer different types of component like accordion, alert, alert dialogues, and all of this. So I'm going to install shadcn in our project. So let's go to the installation and we're going to select Next.js. Then I'm going to copy this script from here and I'm going to paste it here and hit enter. So we're going to click Y to proceed, and for the base color we're going to use the neutral. It installs successfully. Next, what we need to do is we're going to add a component, button component, to our project. So I'm going to copy it from here and I'm going to paste it here to add a button in our project. It's added successfully. Now you can see in our front end we have a lot of files and folder. So first we have tsconfig. We do not need to do anything here. We have readme, post css, json, package json. Then we have this next config. We're going to add our Next.js related configuration here. We have next env, ESLint, a components.json, gitignore, a public folder, node module folder, a lib folder with a utils function that is generated by the shadcn. Then we have this component folder with a UI folder, and inside this we have the button that we added using shadcn UI. So you will get all the codes here. You can change your code from here. You can change the default sizing from here, and you can use your own variant here, which is awesome in shadcn. Then the main folder or the main directory is this app. So here we have favicon, we have a global.css file with this default colors here. Then we have this layout.tsx, and this layout is overall wrapper of our project. For example, if I add a navbar here and if I add a footer here, the navbar and footer will be attached to all the pages and folder we created in this project. That means all the pages are wrapped in this layout. So this is the layout folder. We're going to work with the layout later. Let's explore our page. So this page.tsx is the main page. When you go to the localhost 3000, this page will appear to your screen. I'm going to remove everything from here and I'm going to use the shortcut RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it homepage. Now if you're wondering how I generated this component boilerplate, so to generate this you need to install an extension. The extension you need is this one, ES7 React Redux React Native Snippet. By installing this you can also generate the component boilerplate. Awesome. Now here I'm going to check our Tailwind CSS. So let's add a text like welcome, and here I'm going to add a class name of text 7xl, and then I'm going to add the shadcn button to check if our shadcn is working or not, and let's say check, and let's add a variant of, let's say default variant, and for the size let's use a large size. So now if I hit save, and now if I run our project using npm run dev and hit enter, and then open our browser and go to the localhost 3000, and here you can see we have our larger text and our button. That means our shadcn and tailwind both works properly. Now I'm going to remove everything from here because this is just for testing, and I'm going to remove the button also. So after that, what we're going to do is we're going to configure our font and metadata. So for that, let's go to the layout.tsx, and here you can see it give us some default fonts, but we're not going to use this. I'm going to delete this from here, and from next font we're going to import inter. So we are going to import inter from our next font, and here I'm going to create a font variable, and I'm going to use inter, and I'm going to call it, and font weight I'm going to use 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, and 900. Then for the subsets we're going to use Latin. That's it. So this is our font, and now here I'm going to use our font dot classname. That's it. And then we're going to change our metadata. Metadata is very important for SEO. So here for the title I'm going to use Q&A platform. Let's say WebDev, and here let's add a description like Q&A platform with Next.js and Node.js. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, and here at the top you can see our metadata Q&A platform WebDev and our text. So if I inspect and if I hover here, you will see it's a 16 pixel inter. That means our font and metadata is also working here perfectly. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a environment variable. So dot env dot local, and here I'm going to use a here what I'm going to use is a environment variable, and I'm going to name it next public backend URL, and here I'm going to add our backend, which is http://localhost 8000/API/v1. So this is our environment variable. Then I'm going to create another file which is server.ts, and in the server.ts what I'm going to do is I'm going to export our backend URL. So export const base API URL, which will be process dot n dot next public backend URL. That's it. So now we can just import our base API URL, which will give us this value. We do not need to use our process.n.next public backend URL all the times. We can just import the base API URL and we can use it. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a type file for our future values. So I'm going to use a types type.d.ts, and here what I'm going to do first, I'm going to export a type question status. So we are going to use TypeScript, that's why I'm going to add all the types here so that we can just use it later. So first is the question status type. The question status type will be answered or unanswered. That's it. Then we're going to export, and we can also use the interface here. You can use types or you can use interface. I'm going to use both so that you can understand both. So here the question, interface question, and inside this question we'll have first id, which is type string. Then for the question we have a question, which is type of string. Then we have a display name, which is string or null. If you remember our backend, our display name is optional. Then we have asked by, and asked by type will be user. We're going to add the user type here also. So for now just use this user. Then the status will be question status. Then the answer will be string or null. Then answered by will be a type of user. Then we have created at, which is a type of string, and that's it. So this is our question type. If you remember, this is just the backend data and we just give them the type. So first we have id, then question, then display name, asked by, status, answer, answered by, and created it. Next I'm going to export interface user, and the user will contains a email of type string, a name of type string, a role of type user or admin, a question of type question, and created at, which is a type of date or string. That's it. Next we will add another one. So export interface dashboard stats, and here we will have our total users, which is a type of number. Then we have total questions, which will be a type of number. Total user, total questions. Then we have total answer will be number. Then the total pending will be number. Then response rate will be string. Then average question per user will be number. Then recent question will be type of question array. Then most active day, and this will be an object. Inside this we'll have a day of type string and a question of type number. Otherwise this will be object or null. That's it. Then we have chart data, which is a type of chart data. So we're going to create a chart data add. Next we're going to add this chart data. So export interface chart data. This one will be name of string, question will be number, and answer will be number. That's it. So this is our types that we are going to use in our project. Awesome. So this is it for our setup. Our setup is completed. Now in our project we have dark light functionality. So if I show you the deployed version, so this is the deployed version. Here we have a toggler, theme toggler. By clicking this we'll go to the dark mode. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to configure the functionality for the light mode and dark mode so that we can use light mode and dark mode in our project. So for that we're going to use a package, and the package is called Next Theme, and this is a Next.js based theme provider that will manage our theme state, the dark mode and light mode. So we do not need to work with the local storage or Redux type things in our project to manage our state. So that's why we are using this Next theme. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that npm script from here, and then I'm going to separate the terminal, and I'm going to install Next theme in our project. Then what I'm going to do is we need a provider. So for the provider, I'm going to create a new folder inside my component, and I'm going to name it provider. And inside this, I'm going to create a theme provider.tsx, and our package is installed successfully. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a const. I'm going to create a React component here using RFC, and this is a theme provider. Then we are going to receive a, a children from here, and we are going to define the type of the children. So the children will be a type of, so this will be inside the curly braces. The children is type of React node. That's it. And then inside this we are going to remove the div, and we're going to use theme provider. So let's name it theme provider client so that it does not clash with our theme provider. So theme provider client, and then we're going to import the theme provider from Next themes. So we are going to import it from Next theme, and then here what we are going to do is I'm going to use this theme provider, and inside this we'll have our children. Next, in the theme provider we are going to pass a attribute which is a class. The attribute will be class. We are going to control the dark mode and light mode using class. Then we are going to enable our systems. Then the default theme will be the system theme. That means, for example, if your system theme is dark, the web page will automatically open in dark mode. But if your system theme is light, then the website will automatically open in light mode. Then you can change between the dark mode and light mode. So that's it. This is our theme provider. Next, in our app layout, we're going to wrap our these children inside our theme provider. So here I'm going to import theme provider client from our provider, and I'm going to wrap our children with this theme provider. That's it. Next, in the layout, we're going to do something. So in the HTML, we're going to use suppress hydration warning, and then in the body, we're going to use some class name. So background will be white by default, but in the dark mode, the background will be this custom value hash 080C16. So this will be the background in the dark mode. And then we're going to use a overflow x hidden. That's it. So this is our body class name. Next, we need to build a toggler that will toggle between dark mode and light mode. So what I'm going to do is, in the component, I'm going to create a helper folder, and inside this I'm going to use helper, and in the helper first I'm going to use theme toggler dot tsx, and here I'm going to use rfc to create the component boilerplate. And first I'm going to convert this into a client component, so using use client. So in Next.js, every component is by default a server component, and in server component you cannot use React hooks like the use state or use effect hooks. So to use the hooks, you need to convert your component into a client component, and you can convert your component a client component using this use client directive at the top. That's it. Now here I'm going to first create a state variable, mount it, and set mounted, and I'm going to use state, and initially this one will be false. That's it. Then after this I'm going to use const, and we're going to import something from use theme, and we will import the use theme from next theme, and we're going to call this hooks, and this will give us the theme. It will also give the set theme function and also the system theme. That's it. Then we're going to use a use effect hook, and inside this we'll have an empty dependency array, and then we're going to create a function called mount check, and we're going to set our mounted, not set theme, set mounted to true, and then we're going to call the mount check. That's it. Then we're going to check if the component is not mounted, then we're going to return null. Next we're going to find our current theme. So const current theme, if the theme is equal to system. If the theme is equal to system, then the system theme, otherwise the theme. That's it. If it is system, then we are going to use the system theme as our current theme. But if it is not system theme, then we are going to use the current theme from here. This will give us the current theme. Now here we are going to return a button. So we're not going to return any div. We're going to return a button, UI button, and this is the shadcn button. And here the variant will be ghost. Then the size will be icon. Then in the on click we'll run a function, and we're going to set our theme, and we're going to check before setting that if the current theme is dark, we're going to make it light, otherwise we're going to make it dark. That's it. Then we're going to use some class names. So rounded, full, cursor pointer, hover will be bg blue 500. In the hover, the text white, transition all, duration 300. In the dark, we're going to use hover. In the dark hover, the bg will be indigo 500, and in the dark, the hover, the text will be white. That's it. Now inside this button, we're going to check if our current theme is dark. If it is dark, then we're going to use a sun icon, otherwise we're going to use a moon icon. So first let's add the sun icon. So we're going to use sun icon from Lucid React, and here when you install shadcn, you will access to the Lucid React. Here the class name will be height 5 with 5, and otherwise we're going to use moon from Lucid React, and here the class name will be height 5 with 5. That's it. This is our theme toggler. Now if you go to the deployed version, we are using the theme toggler in our navbar, but currently we don't have any navbar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it in our home page to test it. So let's go to the page, and inside this I'm going to use our theme toggler. And now if I go to our project, here you can see we have our theme toggler with our hover effect. Now if I click here, now it's in the dark mode. How awesome it is. And if I click here again, it will go to the light mode. Awesome. That means our dark light functionality working. So now let's go here. We're going to remove this. Just say home, and we do not need to import the theme toggler here. So when we build our navbar, we're going to add our theme toggler here. So for now, our theme toggler and the dark mode light mode functionality is completed. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder inside my component, and I'm going to name it home. And then inside this home, I'm going to create a header.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate. So this will be our header component. Then I'm going to add our header in our page, our home page. So here inside this div, we'll have our header from our component header. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have the text header, and my system preference is dark mode. That's why the website is in that dark mode. And that's it. Now let's go to the header.tsx, and here the first div have a class name of sticky, then top will be 0, z index will be 50, border will be bottom, bg white, the dark mode bg will be hash 01 0d 2c, and then the backdrop blur will be lg, and then mx will be auto. That's it. Now inside this we have another div with class name of in medium screen, width will be 80%, mx will be auto. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of container, mx auto, and px will be 4. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, height will be 16, items will be center, and justify will be between, not baseline, between. That's it. Now inside this we have our logo. For the logo you can use any image you want, but here I'm going to create a logo using JSX. That means TSX, the code. We are going to use icons to create a custom logo here. So for that I'm going to create a new component in our helper, and I'm going to name it logo.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate, and here I'm going to return a link from next link, and here the href will be slash, then the class name is flex item center gap2 and group. That's it. Inside this we have a div with class name of rounded lg bg blow 900 padding 2 transition transform the group hover scale 105. That's it. Then inside this div we're going to use a message circle from Lucid React, and here the class name will be height 5 width 5 and text white, and that's it. Then after this div we'll have a span, and a span have a class name of text excel font bold text black, the dark mode text white, and here we'll have AMA ask me anything, and then we have another span with the text half, and this span have class name of text. Let's see the text color. This is just black, so text black. So now if I hit save, and then if I go to our header, and here I'm going to add our logo component, and if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our text. That so what we can do is we do not need the text black here. We can just remove this and hit save, and yes, we do not need the span here. Let's just use half. That's it. So now if I hit save, now it looks good just like this one, and now we have a custom logo component. So now let's go to the header, and then after the logo we'll have our theme toggler. No, first we have our right side actions. So here I have a div with class name of flex, item center, and gap 3. That's it. And inside this, first we have our theme toggler. So here I'm going to use our theme toggler. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our theme toggler just like this one. And if I click here, it will go to the light mode just like this one. And it will go to the dark mode and light mode. Awesome. So this is our theme toggler. Next, if you see here, we have our admin. But if we sign out, then we will have this sign in button and admin button. So for now, we don't have our authentication logic, so we don't have any user. So for now, I'm just going to add these two buttons, and then when we implement our authentication, we will check if we have a user, and based on the user, we will change this button. So for the user, we will have a user button. For the admin, we will have an admin button. So let's go here. So after the theme toggler, we're going to add buttons for sign up and login for the user and the admin. We are going to change it later. We're going to add a drop down here also. For now, let's just add two button here. So here I'm going to use our button from UI button, and this button will have the variant of ghost, then we're going to use as child, then the class name will be hover, bg will be blue 500, the hover, the text white, the transition all, duration 300 millisecond, in the dark mode hover, bg will be indigo 500, and in the dark hover, text will be white. That's it. Now if I hit save, and inside this button we'll have a link, and this will, we're going to import it from next link, and we have the closing, and here the href will go to the slash auth slash login. We don't have this route yet, but we're going to implement the login route later after completing the header. Now here inside this, so here we will have some class name, gap will be 2. Then inside this we'll have a user icon from Lucid React, and this user icon will have a class name of height 4, width 4. That's it. And then we have a span with the text sign in, and this span have class name of hidden for smaller devices, and in small and large screen this will be inline. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our sign in button just like this one. Awesome. Next we have this admin button. So this button is for login user, and then we will have our login admin. So here we'll have another button, and this button will have the variant outline, and as child, then the class name will be hover bg blue 500 hover text wide transition all duration 300 millisecond in the dark hover bg indigo 500 in the dark hover text wide. That's it. Now inside this we'll have a link component, and this link, the href will be slash admin slash login. So we are also going to implement this route later, this page. Then here we'll have the class name of gap2. Then inside this link we'll have a icon which is settings, and this icon will have a class name of height 4, width 4. Then we'll have a span with class name of hidden. In smaller devices we have inline. That's it. And here the text will be admin. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our sign in button and our admin button, and we have our theme toggler, and we can switch between dark mode and light mode. So for now this is it for our header, but we'll come back when we implemented the authentication, and we will add a logic here. So if the user is authenticated, and if the user is normal user, we'll add a button. If it is admin, we'll add another button for the admin. So we'll do it later. So for now our header component is complete. Now we're going to implement the user authentication system. So we're going to implement the sign up page and login page. So for that, in our app, I'm going to create a folder called auth, and then I'm going to create a sign up folder, and I'm going to create a login folder. In the sign up, I'm going to create a page.css, and I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it sign up. And in the login, I'm going to create another page.css, and it is very important you have to name it page.css, otherwise it will not create a separate route. So our route will be /auth localhost 3000 /auth /login localhost 3000 /auth /signup. In the login page, I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it login. So now if I go to our project and if I click here to sign in, it will go to the auth/login page. So you can see this is our login page. Awesome. And if we go to the localhost 3000 /auth/sign up, it will go to the sign up page. So first we're going to start with our sign up page. So let's go to the sign up here, and first I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client directive. Then here I'm going to first define some state variable. So I'm going to define some state variable. So const name, set name, and use state. Initially this one will be empty string. Then I'm going to copy it 2 more times. The second one will be email and set email. Then this one will be password and set password. And we have another one which will be confirm password and set confirm password. Then I'm going to create another one which is loading and set. So this one will be if loading and set if loading, and I'm going to use state, and initially this one will be false. That's it. We'll have a function, so I'm going to create a handle submit. This function will handle our sign up request. So this one will be an async function, will receive a event, and this one will be react dot form event, and inside this we'll have HTML form element. That's it. So here form event is deprecated. So form event is deprecated, so we can use something like synthetic event, and here we're going to use e dot prevent default. That's it. And here we are going to implement our API request and all the functionality for sign up a user. For now, we're going to leave it like that. Then here for the first div, we'll have a class name of mean height screen bg gray 50. In the dark mode, bg will be hash 080c16. That's it. Then inside this div, we'll have our header component. So we're going to import the header. If I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our header and we also have our dark light feature. Then after the header, we'll have a main tag, and the main tag have a class name of container mx auto px4 py16. Then inside this main, we'll have a div, and this div have a class name of mx auto and max width md. That's it. Next, here we're going to use a shadcn component. So if I go to the shadcn UI component, and here we're going to use card component to create a sign up form like that. So I'm going to add our card. So I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to separate the terminal, and here in the front end I'm going to copy our npx script to add a card component. So it's added successfully. If you go to the component UI, you will see the card component. So this is the card component. Now let's go to the sign up page, and inside this div we'll have our card. So card, and we're going to import it from our UI, and this card will have some class name shadow md. Then we have in the dark mode, we have bg of hash 0c1322. That's it. Now inside this card we'll have our card header, and inside this card header, so first this card header have a class name of text center. Then inside this card header we'll have a div with class name of mx auto margin bottom 4 height 12 width 12 rounded xl. Then bg will be indigo 600 flex item center justify center. That's it. Now inside this we'll have a user icon. We are going to import it from Lucid React. This user have a class name of height 6 width 6 and text white. That's it. Now if I go to our project, here you can see we have our card and we have our icon. Then after the user and after completing this div, we'll have a card title, and this card title have a class name of text to excel font bold, and this card title have create account. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our create account. So if I go to the sign up here, let's go to the sign up now. So here we have the create account text just like this one. Then after the card title we have card description, and this card description doesn't have any class name, and the text I'm going to copy it from here. So join am a hub and start asking questions. So I'm going to paste it here and hit save. Now if I go to our project, so here we have the join a ma hub and start asking question. This is our card description, and this completes our card header. After that, we're going to have a form, and we do not need any action here, but we will have a on submit. In the on submit, we are going to run our handle submit function. That's it. Then inside this form, we'll have our card content, and this card content have a class name of space y4. That's it. And inside this, we'll have a div with class name of space y2. Then inside this we're going to use another shadcn component, which is, so if I go to the component, which is the label, this one. So we're going to use this label. So I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it here and hit enter. We are also going to use input. So this is the input, and I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to paste it here to install and added the input. So it's added successfully. Now here inside this div, we're going to use our label from UI, and the label will be full name, and inside this label we have a HTML for name. Then we have another div with class name of related, and inside this div we'll have a user icon, and this user icon will have some class name of absolute, then left 3, top half, height 4, width 4, and minus translate y half. Minus translate y half. That's it. Then after the user, we'll have input from UI input, and this input will have an ID of name, then a type of text, then a placeholder will be John Doe, and then a value will be name, and then a class name will be padding left 10, and we're going to disable this when the is loading is true. And also in the on change, we're going to get the event, and we're going to set name e dot target dot value. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our name, full name, and then we have this input box, just like this one. Awesome. So next we have another one like this. So I'm going to copy it and paste it underneath, and this one is for the email, and this one is for the name. Now here in the email we're going to change something. So first this one will be HTML for email, then the instead of full name this one will be email, then in the input the ID will be email, the type will be email, then the placeholder will be u at the rate example.com, and here the value will be email, and here we're going to set our email to e.target.value. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our email box, our email input box. Awesome. Next we have our password. So I'm going to copy it again, and I'm going to make it password, and here this label will be HTML for password, this one will be password, then here the ID will be password, the type will be password, the placeholder will be this dash dash dash, and the value will be password, and here in the set password we're going to use e.target.value. That's it. Then I'm going to copy it one more time, and this time this one is for the confirm password, and here the HTML4 will be confirm password, and the label text will be confirm password, and here the ID will be confirm password, confirm password, the type will be password, the placeholder will be same, the value will be confirm password, and this one will be set confirm password will be e.target.value. We also need to change the icon from here. So for the uh, confirm password, this one will be log icon from Lucid React, then for this password this one will be also a log icon, and for the email this one will be an mail icon, mail icon. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our name, email, password, and confirm password. Sorry, this one is the deployed one. So this is our, so we have our full name, email, password, and confirm password. Next we need the create button, and if we already have any account then we have this sign in link. So after completing the email, the password, the confirm password, so after that we'll have another div with class name of space y2, and inside this we'll have, sorry, here we don't have anything. After the card content we have the card footer, and this card footer have a class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction gap 4. That's it. Now inside this card footer we'll have a button, but this button I'm going to create a custom component for this button. So for now, let's use a button and just say that create account. But this button will be a custom component that we are going to create. So here we'll have a class name of with full cursor pointer and margin top will be 6. And that's it. And after this button we'll have a p with class name of text center, then text will be small, and here the text will be inside this. Text will be already have an account, and then a space, and after that we'll have a link component from our next link, and here the href will be slash auth slash login. So this will go to the login page, and then this link will have a class name of font will be medium, text blue 500. In the hover, this one will be underline. That's it. And here the text will be sign in. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our create account and already have an account, then sign in. So this is our sign up form, which looks good. We have all the fields, we have the button, and we have the sign in route. So if I click here, it will go to the login route. Awesome. So next, I'm going to create this custom button that we are going to use a lot of components, which is called a loading button that will automatically have the loading spinner if we are going to pass the is loading props. So next we are going to implement our loading button. Now to implement the loading button, I'm going to create a helper component and I'm going to name it loading button.tsx, and here I'm going to make it a client component using use client. Then here I'm going to create an interface of loading button props, which will extends react dot button HTML attribute, and inside this we'll have our HTML button element, and then we have a comma, and then the variant props, and then inside this we have type of button variants, then we have is loading props that we are going to receiving, and this one will be boolean. That's it. So this is our loading button props. So it will extend the react HTML attribute HTML button, which the variant props. So this one is from our button variant in our UI button. So we're going to importing this, button variants. Now here I'm going to export const loading button, and I'm going to use react dot forward ref, and inside this we'll have HTML button element, and we have loading button props. Then inside this we'll have this syntax. And don't worry, I'm going to give you this loading button component so that you can use it later, because it is a bit of complex thing here. You don't need to understand it all. You can just use it from the starter file, and the starter file will be given in the description. So here the is loading, this one will be false by default, then the children, then class name, then variant, then the size, then the disabled, and then dot 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 props. And then we have ref, and then we have our arrow function, and here we're going to return a button from UI button, and inside this button the ref will be the ref, the variant will be the variant, the size will be size, then the class name will be cn. We are going to import cn. This is the utility function that is given with the shadcn, and we are going to pass the class name. That's it. Then the disabled will be if is loading, then disabled, and finally we are going to pass our other props. That's it. Now inside this we're going to check if is loading is true, then we are going to use a loader to, and this loader 2 will have a class name of animate spin height 6, width 6, and margin right 2. That's it. And then we'll have our children. That's it. And finally we're going to use loading button dot display name will be loading button. That's it. So here we have some class name. So this one will be class name, and here class name, and we have to import React. That's it. So this is our loading button. Now let's go to the sign up page, and here instead of this button we're going to use loading button. So loading button will have the same class name, and we're going to pass the is loading, which is loading. That's it. So we need to import it. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so it is still have this create account and sign in button. Awesome. So now for example, if I set is loading to true, and if I go here, you can see it is the loading button that will visible to the user when there is a loading. So let's make it false. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so now it looks fine. So this is our loading button. Next, we are going to start implementing our handle submit functionality. So before starting with our handle submit, I'm going to set up our toast so that we can have toast message in our project. So for the toast, we are going to use a shadcn component, and the shadcn component we are going to use is sonar. So here, if you click here, you can see it will show a toast message like this in our project. So first I'm going to add it in our project, and I'm going to run this npx shadcn at the rate latest add sooner, and here I'm going to separate the terminal, and in the front end I'm going to add sooner. I'm going to click Y to proceed. So it's completed now. Next, let's go to the layout.tsx, and here after the children we are going to add a toaster from sooner. We're going to import it from sooner, and here we are going to pass a position. The position will be top center. That's it. So this is our toaster. Now let's go to our sign up, and here let's say we are going to show a toast message. So toast dot success, and let's say account created successfully. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I go to the sign in page, not in the login page, sign up page, and if I click here to create account, you will see we will get this type of toast messages: account created successfully. So I'm going to remove it from now. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a utility function for our better API request that will handle our try catch block, handle our error toast messages. So what I'm going to do is in our component, I'm going to create a utils, and in the utils, I'm going to create a API request .ts, and here I'm going to import something from Axios. So I need to install Axios first. So let's install npm I Axios. We need Axios for our request. If you want, you can use fetch request also, but I recommend you to use the Axios package. So I'm going to import something from Axios, and I'm going to import Axios error. Then I'm going to import toast from sonar. That's it. Then I'm going to create an interface for API error response, and in the API error response, the message will be string. That's it. Then I'm going to export const handle request, and here this will be an async function, and here we're going to use this t, and then inside this we'll have our request callback. So don't worry, I will also provide you this API request file in the starter file. So this one will be a function that will return a promise of this type, and then we're going to also pass a set loading, which is an optional, and this one will be loading will be boolean and void. That's it. And this whole thing will be promise or null, and then we have our arrow function. Then inside this we are going to check if set loading, then we are going to set our loading to true. We are going to set our loading state to true, and then we are going to use try catch, and in the try block we are going to get the response. We are going to await. We are going to use our request callback. This request callback will be our function to call our API, and then we're going to return our response. That's it. Then we're going to catch any error, and then inside this we're going to create a const axios error. We're going to use error as axios error, and here we're going to use our API error response. That's it. Then we're going to console log the error. Then we're going to check if axios error dot response dot data dot message. Then we're going to console log. We're going to console log axios error dot response dot data dot message, and we're also going to show a toast message. So I'm going to remove this console log and I'm going to use toast dot error. That's it. And else, if the response doesn't have any error message, we're going to use a generalized one. So toast dot error, and unexpected error occurred, please try again later. That's it. And then after the try class, after the else, we're going to return null, and then finally, after everything completed, if it is error or if it is success, we're going to check if set loading, if we have the set loading passed, then we're going to set loading to false. That's it. So this will be our API request handler. So this will properly handle our error states as well as our response. It will give back the response. If any error happen, it will show the error message respectively. And by doing this, we do not need to repeat this try catch block in our API request. So it will give us a huge advantage. So this is our API request utils function. Next, I'm going to set up the Redux so that we can store our user state in Redux. So here we are going to use Redux toolkit. So if I go to the Redux toolkit, and we are also going to use Redux persist so that the user information is persisted. And when we reload, it does not vanishes. So that's why we're going to use Redux persist. So if I click here to get started, and we need to install the React Redux.js toolkit. So let's install this. We also need to install React Redux, and we also need Redux persist. So now I'm going to hit enter to install these packages. So here if you search for Redux persist, so somehow it doesn't showing here. Let's find it from here. So let's open a new tab and here search for Redux persist, and here persistence and rehydration. So you can learn more about the rehydration from here. So we're going to use the Redux toolkit as well as this Redux persist. So now if I go here, our installations is successful. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a store folder, store, and here I'm going to create a store.js, not just ts, store.ts, and here I'm going to import something from Redux toolkit, and here I'm going to import configure store and combine reducer. That's it. Then here we're going to import auth slice, and we are going to use a separate separate file for this auth slice, and then I'm going to import something from Redux persist, and here we're going to import persist reducer, then flush, then rehydrate, then the pause, then the persist, then the purge, and finally register. That's it. Then we're going to import storage from Redux persist slash Redux persist slash lib slash storage. That's it. And this one is storage. That's it. Then we're going to create a const persist config, and here the key will be root, and the version will be 1. If you search for the Redux persist, you will get this example in the documentation. If you want, you can learn more about it. Then we have the storage. That's it. Then we are going to have a root reducer, where we are going to combine reducer. So if we have more than one reducers, like for example, one for auth and another for other properties like the other question part or other part. So here we are going to combine our reducers. Now inside this we are going to add our reducers. So for now we don't have any reducers yet. Next, what we are going to do is we are going to use const persisted reducer. In the persisted reducer we are going to use persist reducer, and here we are going to pass our persist config and root reducer. That's it. Next we are going to create the store, and we are going to use the configured store, and here we are going to pass something. So first the reducer will be persist reducer, not persist reducer, this one will be persisted reducer, so this one. And then we're going to use a middleware, and here we'll get default middleware. So get default middleware, and here we're going to use get default middleware, and inside this we're going to pass a serializable check, and then inside this we're going to use the ignore actions, and here we're going to use our flush, our rehydrate, then the pause, then the persist, then purge, then register. That's it. So here we don't have these curly braces. So here I think we have some mistake. So we don't have this one. That's it. Next, after that, we are going to use export type root state will be return type, and inside this we have type of store dot get state. That's it. Next we are going to export type app dispatch, and this one will be type of store dot dispatch, and finally export default store. That's it. So this is our store.ts. Next I'm going to create a auth slice. Auth slice.ts, and in the auth slice, I'm going to import user, the user from the user type, and I'm going to import from the Redux toolkit. And here I'm going to import create slice and payload action. That's it. Next, I'm going to use an interface of auth state, and here the user will be user, otherwise null. That's it. And then I'm going to create a initial state auth slice auth state, and the user will be null initially. That's it. And then I'm going to create a auth slice, and I'm going to use create slice, and then inside this the name will be auth. Then we're going to pass the initial state, and then we're going to use the reducers, and then inside this we're going to set auth user function. This will receive a state and an action, and the action will be payload action, and here inside this we have user or null. Then inside this we're going to state dot user will be action dot payload. That's it. Then we're going to export const, and we're going to export set auth user, and I'm going to use auth slice dot actions, and export default auth slice dot reducer. That's it. So this is our auth slice. Now let's go to the store again, and here at the top I'm going to import auth slice from dot slash auth slice, and here in the combined reducer I'm going to use auth and pass our auth slice. That's it. Now here we have some warning. So here I have a typing mistake, so this one will be ignored actions. So that's it. So this is our store and auth slice. Next, in the component, in the provider, I'm going to create a component for store provider.tsx, and here I'm going to convert this into a use client, then I'm going to import something from React. So here I'm going to import React Node, then I'm going to import provider from React Redux, then I'm going to import something from Redux persist slash. So we are going to import it later. So here I'm going to import something from Redux persist slash. So Redux persist slash inter integration slash react, and here I'm going to import the persist get. Then I'm going to import something from Redux persist, and this one is the persist store. That's it. And then I'm going to import store from our store folder and store file. That's it. Then I'm going to create a persist store, and here I'm going to use the persist store and pass the store here. That's it. And then I'm going to export default function store, not store provider, this one will be client provider. And here in this component we are going to receive a children, which is a type of React Node. So children, and here the children will be a type of React Node, and here we are going to return provider, and this provider will, we need to pass the store will be store. Then here we are going to use persist gate, and inside this persist gate we will have our children, and in the persist gate we are going to pass the loading will be null, and the persistor will be persistor, this one persistor. That's it. So this is our store provider. Now let's go to the layout dot tsx, and in the layout we're going to wrap all of this inside our client provider, and let's add it. So now if I hit save, so this is our Redux setup. So now we can use our Redux to store our user information in our project permanently. Now by using this React persist, if you reload the page in your browser, the user will not vanish, it will persist just like the local storage. So our Redux setup is completed. Now let's continue to our sign up. So let's go to the auth sign up in page.tsx, and here after e.prevent default I'm going to create a data, and here we will use our name data object, name, email, password, and confirm password. That's it. And then I'm going to create a request function, the request callback function that we are going to pass to our handle request. So here I'm going to sign up request async and here I'm going to use await axios. I'm going to import axios dot post. This will be a post request, and here I'm going to use a template literal, and I'm going to use our base API URL. So this will give us this part. So let me show you. So the base part will give us this localhost 8000 slash API slash v1, and here after this the base URL we're going to go to the users route and then the sign up. So this is our route, and then we are going to pass our data, and then we're going to pass an object with credentials to true so that the cookie can exchange. So this is our sign up request. Then we will get our result by await handle request. We are going to import handle request, and we are going to pass our sign up request. Also the set is loading. This will give us the result. You can see we do not need to add our try catch block here because this will handle by this handle request function. Now here I'm going to check if we have a result, then we're going to use toast dot success, and we're going to use registration successful, and we're going to log our user in, and also we're going to need to dispatch. So const dispatch, and here we're going to use dispatch. That's it. And here after showing the toast message, I'm going to use our dispatch, and here I'm going to import our set auth user from our auth slice, and we're going to pass our user data. So result dot data dot data dot user. So this will give us the user. So for now let's log the result here. So console log result, and then show the result, and here log the user. So console log user, and let's console log this part. That's it. So now if I go to our, and after that let's go to our project, and here let's fill the form. Let's use my name, then let's use this email, and let's add a password. And if I click here, so let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and here we have some problems. So let's see what's the problem. Password, set password. I think we use the same. So here in the password form we use the set password, and here we also use the set password, but this one will be set confirm password. So now if I hit save, now if I use, and let's inspect this, and let's go to the console, remove everything, and if I click here to create account, so all fields are required. So I think there's are missing something. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to check here in the data we have name, email, password, and here this confirm password. But if you notice in our backend controller or in the model user model, It's password confirm, not confirm password. So that's why we're getting this error. So here what I'm going to do is password confirm. We're going to rename it to password confirm. So now if I hit save, now let's go to our project. Now remove everything. Now if I click here to create account, and here you can see registration successful, but here we have a problem. Unexpected key post found in the previous state received by the reducer expected to find one of those reducers key instead of unexpected key. So here I think this is some warning from our page. So for now, let's see what we get. So this is the result where I have the data and user. So created at email, name, and all of this. And this is our user. So we have created an email, name, questions, role, updated it, and ID. So now if I go to our project overview, and this is our QNYT, if I go to the browse collections, and in the QNYT, we have the users, and here you can see we have our user. So this is our user. So this one is created when we test our API in Postman, and this one we created now. So here we successfully have our users. Now we need to check if our Redux store is working or not. So here, after completing the registration, we are going to redirect our user. So I'm going to redirect from next navigation, redirect our user to our home page. Now if I go to the page here, so in the home page, and here I'm going to convert this into a client component, use client, and here I'm going to get the user from, we're going to use selector hooks, and here we're going to get the state will be root state, and we're going to import it from our store/store, and here the state dot auth dot user. And now I'm going to console log our user from Redux, and if I log this and hit save and go to our project, and let's go to our home page, and here you can see we have our user from Redux. So this is the user that we created, and it's successfully added to our Redux store. Awesome. So now if I go to the sign up again, and let's delete this to user from here, this one and this one. We have to keep this super admin, so we remove. Now let's again create one user. So let's say Naruto this email, and if I click here to create account, and registration successful, and we don't have any error message of warning now. So here you can see we have our result. So this one is the overall result. Inside this data we have data, then we have the user, we have other information also. This is the user from Redux, and you can see it's saved here successfully. And if you reload here in your MongoDB, you will see we have now two users. Awesome. So that means we successfully created our user. Now I'm going to remove this two from here because this is just for the testing. To remove this and the use client, and hit save. So now from here I am also going to remove this console log. That's it. And you can see our toast message also working and our Redux store also working. So our sign up functionality is completed. Next, we're going to implement our login page. So if I show you the deployed version, so here if you go to the sign in, so this is the login page. So now to build this, I'm going to create we already have the login folder and page.tsx, and here first I'm going to convert this into a client component using EOS client. And here what I'm going to do is let's just copy all of this from our sign up and let's paste it here, and let's change things. So first let's change this to login, and also at the bottom login. Then from here we don't need the name, we need the email and password, and we also don't need the confirm password. We need the is loading and set is loading, and we also need the dispatch, and we are going to write the handle submit. So I'm going to remove all of this. We'll just have the e.prevent default. That's it. Then we will have our div with, and here we're going to change some class name. So here no, we do not need to change anything here. So this will be our header, and inside the main we have the card header, and in the card header we're going to change the text. So here instead of create account in the card title, we're going to use welcome back. That's it. And here in the card description I'm going to use sign in to your account to continue. That's it. This will be our card description. Then in the form we will have our handle submit, and in the card content we do not need the name, so I'm going to remove the name. We'll need the email, so I'm going to keep the email. We are going to keep the password. We do not need the confirm password, so I'm going to delete this. Then in the card footer we will have our loading button, and here we're going to use login as a text. Then here we're going to change this to don't have any account, and then this will go to the auth/sign up. It will go to the sign up page, and this one will say sign up now. That's it. So now if I hit save, and if I go to our project, and if I click here to sign in, and here you can see we are in the auth/login. So this is our login page, and here if you click here to sign up now, it will go to the sign up page, and you can go back to your login page. Awesome. So now we have our login form, our email and password, and we also have our email and password property. So here first let's console log email and password to check if we successfully get the email and password or not. So if I inspect, if I go to the console, if I use the email, and if I click here to login, So here we successfully get our email and password. Awesome. So now here in the handle submit, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to collect the data as an object. So email and password. Then I'm going to create a login request which will be an async function, and then we're going to use our arrow function, and I'm going to await axios dot post. We're going to add a post request here, and then inside this we're going to use our base API URL slash users slash login, and then we're going to pass our data and with credentials to true. That's it. So this is our login request. Then we'll get our result by await handle request, and we're going to pass the login request and set is loading. Then we're going to check if we have the result. Then I'm going to use const user. I'm going to get the user from result dot data dot data dot user, and then I'm going to dispatch and set auth user to user. Then I'm going to show a toast message. So toast.success, and I'm going to use welcome back. So here let's use a template literal instead of this double quote, and here welcome back, and then the username, user dot name. That's it, and we're going to redirect to our homepage. That's it. So this will be our login page. Now if I go to our project, and here if I reload the page, and if I use our email and password, let's first use a wrong password, and if I click here to login, and here you can see we have our error message, invalid email or password. So now let's use the correct password, and if I click here to login, now here you can see welcome back Naruto, and we are redirected to our home page. Now let's go to the sign in again. Let's sign in again, and if I click here to login, and here you can see welcome back Naruto, and our login successfully redirect us to the home page. So now here we're going to remove some of things that we do not need. So here we don't need the button, and in the page the top we also here don't need the button. So now we have our authentication system for our user. We successfully completed our sign up and login functionality. Next, we're going to implement the admin login functionality. So if I show you in the deployed version, so here we have an option. So when we click here, it will go to our admin login page. And from here, admin can log it in the application. So now to build this, I'm going to create a new folder in the app. So inside the app, I'm going to create a admin, and inside this I'm going to create a auth. So we do not need to name it auth, let's just use login, and then inside this page.tsx, and here I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it admin login. So now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I click here to admin, it will go to the /admin/login, and we have our admin login. Awesome. Now here I'm going to first define some state variable, and here I'm also going to convert this into a client component using useClient. That's it. Now here first I'm going to create a state variable for, so what I can do is I can just copy from here. So email, set email, then the password and dispatch. So I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to import the use state and the use dispatch. Then we'll have a function, so const, and let's copy it from our login. So this is the function, so copy it and paste it here, and we're going to remove the content because we're going to write it our own. So for now just the handle submit. Then after the handle submit, we will have a div, and this div have a class name of height 90 vh flex item center justify center bg gray 50, and in the dark mode bg will be hash 080c16. That's it, and padding will be 4. Then inside this div we'll have another div with class name of widthful, then we have max width md, and then we have the related. Then inside this we'll have a link, so back to home link, and here I'll have a link from next link, and then this link will have a href slash, so we're going to redirect to the home page. Then we have some class name of inline flex, then item center justify center bg gray 50, in the dark mode bg will be hash, sorry, so after the inline flex we'll have item center, then get to, then text small, text gray 700, in the hover text gray 800, in the dark mode text gray 400, in the dark hover text gray 300, transition all, duration 200 millisecond, font medium, and margin bottom 8. That's it. And inside this link we'll have a arrow left, and this arrow left will have a class name of height 4 width 4, and this will, the text will be back to home. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our back to home button, and if I click here it will go back to our home page. That's it. Now after this link, we'll have our card from component UI, and this card have class name of shadow lg border to border gray 100 in the dark mode, border gray 800 in the dark mode, bg hash bg will be hash 0c1322. That's it. So now if I hit save, then inside this we will have our card header. So card header, and inside this card header, so first this card header will have a class name of text center and padding bottom 2. Now inside this card header we'll have our logo first. So here I'm going to use our logo component here. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our logo, but we do not need the name here, so let's create here the logo. So div, then we have a class name of mx auto, padding bottom 4, rounded xl, then we have bg blue 600, padding 3 with fit. Inside this we'll have a message circle, and this message circle will have a class name of height 8, width 8, and text white. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here we have our logo. One thing that you can do is in your component and in the helper, in the logo, you can accept this name as a optional, and you can pass it if you want, or you can not pass it to avoid it, but I am going to keep it simple here. So after the logo we will have our card title, and this card title have some class name. So class name of text to excel, text gray 900 in the dark, text gray 700. So this one will be text gray 100 in the dark mode, and font will be bold. That's it. And here the card title will be welcome back. That's it. Then we will have our card description, and here in the card description we have a class name of, in the dark mode, text gray 400, text gray 700, and inside this the text will be sign in to access your admin dashboard. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here we have welcome back, sign in to access your admin dashboard, but I think we have some mistakes here. So let's check what we have. So here this one will be with full. Now if I hit save, now you can see now it looks good, exactly like this one. Awesome. So after completing the card description, we have completed our card header. Then after the card header, we have our card content, and this card content div have a class name of padding top 4. Then inside this we'll have a form. We don't need the action, and here in the on submit we will have our handle submit, and then this form have a class name of space y4. Then inside this form we'll have a div with class name of space y2. Then inside this we are going to use our label from UI label, and first one will be email, and the label will be HTML for email, and we have the class name of dark text white and text gray 800. Then we have margin bottom of 2 and block. Then after the label we'll have another div, a class name of relative, and then inside this we'll have a mail from Lucid React, and this mail have class name of absolute left 3 top half minus translate y half height 4 width 4 text gray 400. That's it. Then we'll have our input from UI input, and here the ID will be email, then the type will be email, then the placeholder be admin at the rate example.com. Then we have class name of padding left 10 border none text gray 700 in the dark mode text gray 300 bg gray 100 in the dark bg gray 950. That's it. Then we have value will be email, and in the on change e, we're going to set our email to e dot target dot value. That's it. So this is our email, and I'm going to copy it one more time, and this one will be so I think this tip. I'm going to copy it, and this one will be for password, and here the HTML4 will be password, and here we're going to change the label to password, and here we're going to change the ID to password, and type will be password, placeholder will be this, and the value will be password, and in the on change we are going to set our password to e.target.value. That's it. Then after this we will have our submit button, and here I'm going to use our loading button, and this one will have sign in, and here I'm going to give some class name of with full cursor pointer and margin top of 6, and we're going to pass the is loading will be so let's check if we have is loading. So this one will be is loading. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our admin login, we have our email, we have our password field. So now let's go to our handle submit, and here first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a data object. So const data email and password, and let's log the data first. So now if I go to our project, so if I inspect, go to the console, and if I use our admin, and if I click here to sign in, so here we successfully get the email and password. Awesome. So now here I'm going to create the request. So const login request, this one will be an async function, and I'm going to await axios dot post and base API URL slash admin slash login, and we're going to pass the data and with credential to true. That's it. Then we'll get the result by await handle request. We're going to pass the login request and set is loading, and then we're going to check if we have the result, and then we're going to dispatch set auth user to result dot data dot user. That's it. Then we're going to use a toast message, so toast dot success, and we're going to use welcome back username. So we have the name property. That's it. And then we're going to redirect our user to the home page. That's it. So here we have a error. So that's it. So now if I hit save, and here at the top we do not need the logo. Let's hit save and go to our project. And before that, what I'm going to do is in our home page, I'm going to check our Redux. So use client, so const user, use selector, state will be root state, then state dot auth dot user. So now if I hit save, and here if I select our admin route, so we have invalid credential. Let's check our credential. So example at the rate gmail.com and example at the rate 1234. So let's use the correct email, example at the rate gmail.com, and then example at the rate 1234. So now if I click here to sign in, and here you can see welcome back admin, and we are in the home page, but we forget to console log the user. So user, now if I hit save, and now here you will see the name is super admin and the role is admin. So now we successfully implemented our admin login functionality. And let's go to our sign in and let's check the dark mode. So you can see in the dark mode it also looks fine, no issue here. And in the admin dark mode it also looks good. So our user authentication as well as our admin authentication is completed. Now here in our home page we do not need the user, so I'm going to remove this again and also remove this use client, and I'm going to hit save. Next I'm going to complete our header. So if I go to our helper, not in the helper, in the home and then header, so here we just have our button, but we need to add buttons for sign up and login for the user and the admin. So what I'm going to do is at the top I'm going to first get our user. So before that let's convert this into a client component using use client, and here so const and user will be use selector hooks, and state, the state will be a type of root state, and then state dot auth dot user. That's it. Then I'm going to also import the dispatch and use dispatch hooks. Then I'm going to create a function for our logout. So logout handler, and this one will be an async function. So logout handler. Here we are going to add the logic for our user to log out. Then, so here we are going to use a drop down. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to our shadcn, and in the components, so let's go to the component. So in the component, I'm going to install the drop down menu, and here I'm going to install the drop down menu. I'm going to copy it and paste it here to install the drop down. Then here after the theme toggler, so after the theme toggler, I'm going to remove this button, and here I'm going to first check if we have user, and in that case we're going to use a drop down menu from our UI drop down menu, and inside this we're going to use a drop down menu trigger. So drop down menu trigger, and here this one will be as child. Then inside this we'll have a button from our next button, and this button will have a variant of outline, then a class name of get to cursor pointer in the hover bg blue 700, transition all, duration 300 millisecond in the hover, text white, in the dark we have hover bg indigo 500, in the dark we have text white. That's it. Now inside this button we'll have a div. This div have a class name of height 6, width 6, text white, rounded full, bg indigo 600, flex, item center, justify center, text extra small, font bold. That's it. Now inside this we'll have user dot name dot char at 0 dot to uppercase to get the first letter of the username. That's it. Then we have a, and after this div we have a span with class name of hidden, and smaller devices, this will be inline, and in the span the text will be user dot name. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our super admin with this letter S. Awesome, because currently our admin is login. Then after this drop down trigger we have our drop down content, and this drop down content will have a line of and class name will be with 48. That's it. Now inside this we'll have our drop down item, drop down menu, not trigger, item, drop down menu, item. Then here in the item, this one will be as child. Then inside this we'll have a link, and then this link will have a href, and we're going to use a template literal, and we're going to check if the user dot role, if it is equal to user. If the user is user, then we're going to go to slash profile page. Otherwise we're going to go slash admin slash dashboard. That's it. So that means this link will go to the profile page if the user role is profile. Otherwise it will go to the dashboard page if the user is admin. Awesome. Next, this link will have some class name of flex. Then we have item center, gap 2, and cursor pointer. And we don't have these pages yet, but we are going to implement this later. Now inside this link, so we are going to again check if the user dot role, if it is equal to user, then we're going to show a user icon, user icon, and this user icon will have a class name of height 4 width 4. Otherwise we're going to show a layout dashboard icon, and this icon will have a class name of height 4 width 4. That's it. And then this is the icon, and then we're going to again check if user dot role, if it is equal to user, then the text will be profile, otherwise dashboard. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, if I click here, you can see we have this dashboard. Awesome. Dashboard item. Then after the role and the user, the dashboard, then after the menu item, we'll have a drop down menu separator. That's it. Then we have again a drop down menu item, drop down menu item, and this drop down menu item will have a on click. So in the on click we're going to run our logout handler. Then this one will have class name of, so this one will have class name of flex, item center, gap to, cursor pointer, text destructive, focus, text destructive. That's it. And here inside this we'll have a logout icon from Lucid React, and this one will have a class name of height 4 width 4, then a text of sign out. That's it. That's it. Here you can see we have our dashboard and sign up. Awesome. Then we have our members login. So after this drop down we'll have another check. So if the user is not the user, then we're going to show a button and this button variant will be ghost, and this button will have class name of hover bg blue 500, and this one will be as child. Then in the hover text white, transition all, then we have duration 300 millisecond. In the dark hover bg will be indigo 500, and in the dark hover text white. Then inside this button we'll have a link, and this link will have a href of slash auth slash login and a class name of gap2. Then inside this we'll have a user icon, and this user icon will have a class name of height 4 width 4, and then a span with the text sign in, and this span have a class name of hidden in smaller device, and small and large this one will be inline. That's it. That's it. This is our first button. Then we have another button, not this button, another button, and the variant will be outline, and this one will be as child, and class name will be hover bg blue 500, hover text white, transition all, duration 300 millisecond. In the dark hover bg indigo 500, in the dark hover text white. That's it. Now inside this we'll have a link from next link, then we have a href of slash admin slash login, and then we have a class name of gap2. Then inside this we'll have a settings icon from Lucid React, and this one will have a class name of height 4 width 4, and then we have a span of class name hidden smaller device inline. That's it. And here this one will be admin. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our dashboard and sign out. Now let's implement our sign out functionality. So if I go to our logout handler, and inside this, first I am going to create a logout request, which will be an async function, and I'm going to await Axios dot post, and here we'll have our base API URL slash users slash logout. Then we do not need to pass any data, and with credentials will be true. That's it. And then after that we will get our result. So const result will be await handle request logout request, and that's it. And we're going to check if we have result, then we're going to show a toast dot success, and this one will be logout successfully, logout successful. And then the dispatch will be set auth user, and I'm going to make it null, and finally redirect to slash. So I think I imported the redirect, so I'm going to remove this. We need to import the redirect from next navigation. So now if I hit save and if I go to our project, and if I click here and then sign out, you can see logout successful. Awesome. If I reload, you can see we still have in the logout state, and now we have the sign in and admin. Let's sign in as a user. So if I sign in and click here to login, so welcome back Naruto, and here you can see we have now profile and sign up. So let's sign out again and log out success. So our header section is completed, as well as our logout functionality is also completed. Next, we're going to start with our hero section. So if I show you the hero section in our deployed version, here you can see we have a batch, we have some information and some statics data. So to build this, I'm going to create a new folder inside my home, not folder, a file, and I'm going to name it home.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate, and then in the page.tsx, after the header, I'm going to add our home component. That's it. Then let's go to the home.tsx, and here first what I'm going to do is in the first div have a class name of min height screen. Then in the dark mode we have bg of hash 0813330. If I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our text home. Then inside this div we have our main, and inside this main first we have our hero section, and here we have a section, and this section have a class name of relative. Overflow will be hidden, and border will be bottom. That's it. Then inside this section we'll have a div with class name of container. Then we have related, mx will be auto, px will be 4, py will be 16, and in medium screen py will be 24. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of mx auto, max width 3xl, text will be in the center. That's it. Then inside this we first have our batch. So here we have a div of class name, margin bottom 6, inline, flex, item center, gap 2, rounded full, bg blue 500 /20, px4, py will be 1.5, and text small, then font medium, text blue 500. That's it. Now inside this div we have an icon which is sparkless icon, and we're going to add some class name here of height 4, width 4, and then we have a text which is ask me anything. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have ask me anything batch. Awesome. Then after this div batch we have title, and here we're going to use a h1 with the text got questions, and this h1 will have a class name of margin bottom 4, text 4xl. Then we have font bold, and tracking will be tight. In medium screen text 5xl, in large screen text 6xl. That's it. Then after this got questions we have a span, and inside this span we have I, and then we have a code of this appos, and then we have ve, that means I have got answers. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have got questions, I have got answers, but this span have class name. We are going to use a class name of text Indigo 600. That's it. Now if you go here, you will see that looks exactly like our deployed heading. So got questions, I have got answers. Awesome. Next we have this description text. So I'm going to copy it from here, and then after the h1 we have our description, and here I have a p tag with the text, and this p tag have a class name of margin bottom 8, text large, text muted foreground, and in medium screen text excel. That's it. And here we have a warning, so we're going to quick fix and replace it with the code. That's it. Now you can see we have this description. Next, after the p tag we have our stats, and here I'm going to use a div with class name of flex. Flex will be wrap, then item center, justify center, and gap 8. That's it. Now inside this we have another div, and this div have a class name of flex item center, then we have gap of 2, text muted foreground, and then inside this div we have an icon of users from Lucid React, and the users will have a class name of height 5, width 5, and text blue 500. That's it. And then we have a span with the text 20 plus, and then we have a class name here, font semi bold, and then we have text foreground. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and here you can see we have these icons and 20 plus. And after the span we have another span with the text questions. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have 20 plus questions. Next what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this div 2 more time, and then I'm going to change the content here. For the second one we're going to use trending up, and for the span we are going to use the text answered, and we're going to change here 10 plus. And for the third one we're going to use users again, and here I'm going to use users. So here in the first you can use something like, let's say if we can find file question, let's use this. And now if I hit save, so you can use this, that 20 plus question, 10 plus answered, and 20 plus user. So let's use 5 plus users. So 5 plus users, that's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, and now you can see this section looks good. Awesome. So these are the static data. If you want you can use database here, but I keep it simple to use static data. That's it. Next, after this section we'll have our main content, and here first I'm going to use a section, and then we have a class name of width 80 5%, mx will be auto, px will be 4, ui will be 12. Then inside this we have a div with class name of grid gap 8, largest screen gap, and largest screen gap will be, no, not grab, this one will be grid calls 3. That's it. Then inside this div we have our left column, and here left column the question form. So in the left we have our question form. Next, here what we're going to do is, if the user is admin, then we're not going to show the ask question form, because the admin will not ask any question. Admin will just answer the questions. So we're going to show this form only if the user type is user, not admin. So that's why first what I'm going to do is, at the top I'm going to import the users, and I'm going to make it a client component using use client, and here I'm going to use const questions and set questions, and here I'm going to use state, and the so this one will be used later, so I'm not going to write it here now, but we will do it later. For now we're going to import the user, so we're going to use selector hooks, the state, which is a type of root state. We're going to import root state from our store, and then state dot auth dot user. And that's it. So this is our user, and now here we are going to check first. What we are going to check is, if user dot role, if it is user, then we are going to show a div with class name of and a large screen call span 1, and then inside this div we'll have another div with class name of sticky and top 24, and then inside this div we'll have another component, custom component, which is question form. We're going to build a separate question form component. Now if I go to our project, here let's sign in. So let's use our email, and if I click here to log in, welcome back, and here let's say something like question form. So now if I hit save, and here you can see we have our question from text, because we are signing as a user. Awesome. So now what I'm going to do is, in the home I'm going to create a question form.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and then I'm going to open my home again, and here in the question form we're going to replace it with our question form component. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have the text question form. Awesome. Now let's go to the question form, and here I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client. Then here I'm going to first get our user, so let's just copy the user from here and paste it here. Let's import the use selector and import the root state. That's it. Then I'm going to create a router using use router, and we are going to import it from next navigation. That's it. Then I'm going to create some state variable. First one is the question, and set question and use state, and initially this one will be an empty string. Then we have const name and set name. We're going to use state, and here this one will be also an empty string. Then we're going to create another one is loading and set loading use state, and initially this one is false. That's it. Then we'll have a function called submit question handler, and this one will be an async function. That's it. We are going to implement the submit question handler later. First let's complete the design. So then here we are going to remove this div, and I'm going to use a card component from UI card, and this card have a class name of border2. Border will be dashed, then border will be indigo 200, and in the dark mode the border will be indigo 800, bg white /50. Then we have in the dark mode bg slate 800/50. We have backdrop blur small, and I'm going to hit save. Then inside this card we'll have a card header, and inside this card header we'll have card title, and this card title have a class name of text excel, and the title will be ask a ask a question. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here we have our dashed border and the text ask a question, just like this one. Then we have this text. I'm going to copy it from here. So after the card title we have card description, and here I'm going to paste the description, and here the card description will doesn't need any class name for the card description, and here I'm going to quick fix it with the code. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here we have the text. Then after the card description and after completing the card header, we have our card content. So card content, and inside this card content we have a form, and we do not need any action. The form will have a class name of space y4. That's it. Now inside this form we have our name field, which is optional. inside this we have a div with class name of space y2, and then inside this div we have a label from UI label, and this label have a class name of text small. Then we have font medium. That's it. And this one will be HTML4 name. Now inside this label we have the text your name, and then we have a span. We inside this bracket we have optional, and this span have a class name of text slate 500. Then in the dark mode we have text slate 400. That's it. Then after this label we have a import, and this import have some class name of transition all, duration 200 millisecond, focus will be ring 2, then focus will be ring indigo 500 slash 20. Then inside this we are going to add an ID of name, a placeholder of enter your name. Then we're going to use a value of name, and in the on change we're going to run an event, and set name will be e dot target dot value. That's it. So now if I hit save, this is our first name field area. After that we are going to have a question text area. That's it. Then here we're going to have a div with class name of space y2. Then inside this we have a label, and this label have a class name of text small, font medium. Then this label have a HTML4 question. Then we have inside this we have a text of your question, and then span, and we have this asterisk, this star sign, and this span have a class name of text red 500. That's it. Now I'm going to hit save. Then after this we're going to have a input, not input here, we're going to have a text area, but we're going to install shadcn UI. So if I go to shadcn UI, there are components, and then the text area, and I'm going to install it. So let's split the terminal, and in the front end I'm going to add to install the text area. So click Y to proceed. So it's completed. Now here I'm going to import the text area, and then inside this text area the ID will be question, then the placeholder will be what would you like to know. That's it. Then the value will be question. Then in the on change I'm going to use e and set question to e dot target dot value. That's it. Then the rows will be 6 and class name will be resize none, height 32, transition all, duration 200 millisecond, focus ring to, focus ring indigo 500 slash 20. That's it. Then if I go to our project, here you can see we have our question box, which looks amazing. Next, go to our div. After this div, we're going to check if the user is login, then we are going to allow them to submit their questions. Otherwise they will need to create an account or log in. So I'm going to import loading button, and here I'm going to use on click and call our submit question handler. Then the is loading will be the loading state, then class name will be cursor pointer with full, and inside this we have the text submit questions question. Otherwise we are going to show a normal button, and we're going to use login to ask, and here we have class name of with full cursor pointer, and then in the button on click we're going to get the event, and we are going to run a function, and we're going to use e dot prevent default, and then we're going to use router dot push, and we're going to push our user to auth slash login. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here we have the option to submit the question, but if I sign out, here the form is gone. Now if I click here to sign in again, and let's use 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and click here to log in, and now we are welcome back, submit your questions. So here if I sign out, you will see the question box is also gone from here. Now let's log in here again. So this is the deployed version that we are logging in. And now we are going to implement the feature to submit our question. So let's go here and let's go to the top where we have our submit handler. And here in the submit handler, first I'm going to create a data object using the name and the question. So I'm going to console log the data and I'm going to hit save. Now if I inspect and go to the console, and if I add a name here and a question like what is React, and if I click here to submit, so here it get reloaded. So let's see why. So I think we need to use the prevent default. Here we're going to get the event, and the event will be a type of, let's go to our auth to get the type. So this is the type, so copy this and let's paste it here and let's use e dot prevent default. So now if I hit save, now if I go to our project and now let's say name and the question and then hit submit, and now we are getting the name and questions. Awesome. So let's remove this. Next I'm going to create a const submit question request, which will be an async function. We're going to await axios dot post, and we're going to use our base API URL slash questions slash question slash ask, and then we're going to pass our data and we're going to pass an object with credentials to true. That's it. So this is our request. Then we'll get the result by await handle request. We're going to pass our submit question request and set is loading, set loading. That's it. And then if we get the result, then we're going to show a toast message, toast.success, and use something like question submitted successfully, and I'm going to use window dot location dot reload. We're going to reload the page to get the latest questions, and then here I'm going to use set name to an empty string and set questions to an empty string. That's it. So this is our submit handler. So here we have a problem. So this one will be on submit. So here something is creating the problem. So this one will be on click, and I think we do not need this type here. and to prevent default, now let's check. So here we have a problem, can't find /API /v1 /question /ask. So let's go to the routes, user routes, and we need to have a, so here I forget to add the question controller, and I'm very sorry for that. So here I'm going to add a question controller.js, and then in the routes I'm going to create a question routes.js, and here let's copy from here and paste it here. So we do not need this. We need the express, we need the router, we need the router.post. No, we do not need it, and we also don't need it. We just need the express, the router, and module.export. Now let's go to the server, not server, the amp.js, and at the top let's import const question router and require /routes slash question routes, and then here after that we're going to use app.use and /API /v1 /question, and then the question route. That's it. So this is our question route. Now let's go to our question controller, and here first I'm going to export dot ask question, and here I'm going to use catchasync and async request response and next, and then inside this we'll get the question and name from reg.body, and then we're going to check if there is no question, then we are going to return next new app error, and here in the new app error the text will be question is required and then 400. That's it. Then we're going to create question, and here I'm going to use const new question will be await question dot create. So let's import the question model and the question dot create, and inside this we're going to pass the question, then the display name will be name dot trim, otherwise null, and asked by will be reg dot user dot id. That's it. Then we are going to push question into users questions array. So here await user dot find by id and update. We're going to pass the id reg dot user dot id, and then we are going to push to the questions array the new question dot id, and then we're going to use new to true. That's it. Then we're going to res dot status 201 dot json, and status will be success. Then message will be question submitted successfully, and data will be question, and we're going to pass the new question. That's it. So here this one will be comma, and this is our ask question, and then we are going to add another one, which is admin answer question. Here I'm going to export dot answer question catch async res next, and then inside this we're going to get the id from request dot params. We're going to get the answer from rec dot body, and we're going to check if there is no answer, then we're going to return next new app error, new app error, and we're going to use answer if required and 400. Then we're going to use const question await question dot find by id, and we're going to pass the ID. Then we're going to check if there is no question, then we're going to return next. So let me check one thing. Okay, so if there is no question, then we're going to return next new app error and question not found 404. That's it, if the question is not available. Then we're going to check if questions dot status is equal to answered. Then we're going to return next new app error and question has already answered. That's it. If all of this condition is not true, then we're going to use question dot answer equal answer and question dot answered by rec dot user dot id, and then question dot status will be answered, and then I'm going to use await question dot save. That's it. Then I'm going to res dot status will be 200 dot json, and then the status will be success. The message will be question answered successfully, and the data will be the question, the modified question. That's it. Then we're going to create another controller which is public or admin to get questions. So exports dot get all questions, catch async rec res next, and const questions await question dot find. We're going to find the question, then we're going to populate asked by, and we'll just need the name, email, and we're going to populate again, and we're going to populate answered by, and we will just need the name and role, and then we are going to sort and create it at -1. That's it. Then I'm going to use rest.status 200.json and status success results questions dot length and data will be question. That's it. That's it. So this is our three controller based on the questions. Now let's go to the question route, and here first we have router dot get to get all the questions. Just get all questions. Then router dot post slash ask, and here we're going to check if it's authenticated. Then we're going to check the authorize role, and this is only for the user. And then ask question. That's it. Next, router dot patch slash id slash answer, and then we're going to check if authenticated. Then authorize role, and here admin, and then answer question. That's it. So this is our question routes and controllers. Now let's go to our front end. In the question form, let's go to our project and let's remove it, and let's add a name and add a question. And if I click here to submit question, and it's submitting, and question submitted successfully, and our page reloaded. Awesome. Now let's go to the MongoDB Converse, MongoDB Atlas, and click here to browse collections, and let's go to the Q&A YT. Let's go to the questions, and here you can see we have submitted one question. Question is, what is React? Display name John, asked by ID, answer is null, answered by null, status unanswered, created and updated. That means we successfully able to create a questions in the front end. Awesome. Next, we are going to implement the question and the answer part. So before that, I'm going to fix a small mistake in our backend. In the question controller, here I check for answered, but here we have a spelling mistake. So this one will be answered. That's it. Now let's go to the home.tss, and in the home, what I'm going to do is at the top I'm going to create some state variable. So const questions and set questions, and I'm going to use state hooks, and we're going to add a type here, and initially this one will be an empty array, and the type will be question type array. That's it. Then I'm going to create another one, which is loading, and set loading and use state. Initially this one will be false. Then I'm going to also use effect hooks, and here I'm going to call our get questions controller routes to get the questions from the backend. So I'm going to use effect hooks and a empty dependency array. Inside this I'm going to create a function called get questions. This one will be an async function. Then inside this I'm going to create another function called get question request. This one will be an async function, and here I'm going to await axios dot, and we're going to use get, and here I'm going to use our base API URL slash question, and then we're going to pass our with credentials to true. And that's it. And then to here, after this we will get the result by await handle request, and I'm going to pass the get question request and set loading. That's it. Then if result, then we are going to set our questions, and I'm going to use result dot data dot data dot questions. That's it. Then finally, after completing this, I'm going to call our get questions. That's it. So this will give us our questions. So let's console log, and let's say question from backend, and let's use our questions. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I inspect and go to the console, and if I reload the page, so here you can see we have one question from our backend, and we have the asked by ID, name, email populated here. Then we have no answer, that's why it's the null, and answer by is also null, and the created at time, display name, question status, and updated at. So let's add another questions with another name. Let's say code.js, and let's say what is Next.js. So if I click here to submit questions, so questions submitted, the page reloaded, and now here you can see we have two questions, and the second one is, and the first one is, what is Next.js. We sort it like that the latest question will appear first. Awesome. So that means we successfully get the question from the backend. Now I'm going to remove this console log, and let's go down here. So up inside the main section, and after completing this, part where we're going to show the question form. And after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the loading is true, then I'm going to show a loader icon from Lucid React, and here I'm going to add a class name of width 10, height 10, mx auto, and animate spin. That's it. Then we're going to add our right section, right column, questions list, and here I'm going to use if not loading, and in that case we're going to use a div with class name of in the larger screen close pen 2, and then inside this div we have another div, and this div have a class name of margin bottom 6. Then inside this div we have a h2, and here the text will be questions, and this h2 will have a class name of not the on click, class name of text to excel, font bold, then text will be foreground. That's it. After this we'll have a p tag with the text of browse all questions or submit your own. That's it. This p tag have a class name of text muted foreground, and if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have questions and browse all questions or submit your own, just like this one. Awesome. So then after this div we have another div with class name of space y4, and inside this we have our questions dot map. We're going to map through it. We'll get the individual question, and then I'm going to return a div, and this div have a key with questions dot id, and inside this I'm going to create a separate component for our question card. So this one will be our question card, and let's create it. In the home I am going to create a question card dot csx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and then in the home I'm going to add our question card here. So question card, and here I'm going to pass our question and pass our question. That's it. Now we have to receive this props properly in our question card. So let's go to the question card component, and here at the top I'm going to use type props, and here we're receiving a question of type question. That's it, and we're going to pass the question here, props question. Then inside this div, the first div, I'm going to remove it from here, and I'm going to use a card from UI card, and then this card will have a class name of, we're going to use third bracket, second bracket, and here I'm going to use a cn, which is added to our project when we install shadcn UI. So this is here in the lib, this function cn, and then here inside the cn we are going to use our class name. So group animate fade animate animate fade fade in the dark we have bg blue 950. That's it. And then after this I'm going to use a comma, and we're going to check if the question dot answer, if the question have answer. In that case we're going to add a border of mrate 200. In the dark mode we're going to use border mrate 800. That's it. So this is our card class name. So this is the general class that will apply to all of the question list, but this will only apply if the question have answer. That's it. After the card I'm going to use card header, and this card header have a class name of padding bottom 3. Then inside this card header I will have a div, and this div have a class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction. In smaller device flex will be in the row direction. Item center, justify between, and gap 4. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center gap 2 text small text slate 600 slate 600. In the dark mode the text slate 400. That's it. Now inside this div we'll have a user icon, and this user icon will have a class name of height 4 width 4, and then we have a span, and the span have a class name of font medium. That's it. And inside this span we're going to use question dot display name. If it is not available then we're going to use anonymous. That's it. Then we have another span with class name of text slate 400. In the dark mode text slate 500. That's it. And here we will have a dot like this. I'm going to copy the dot from here, and you can see here we already have two question and the name, and here I'm going to paste the dot, and then we have another span, and here we're going to format our date. So to format our date, I'm going to create a separate utility function that will format our date. So in the utils, I'm going to create a format date dot ts, and here export const format format date, and here we will receive the date string, which is a type of string, and this function will return a string, and then we're going to have an arrow function, and here I'm going to first create a date, new date, and pass the date string, and then return date dot to local date string, and pass the enus, and then the month will be short, and this one will be like this, January, and then the day will be numeric, like this, 21, and then the year will be also numeric, and this will show like this. So this is our format date. Now let's go back to our question card, and here inside this span I'm going to use format date and import it from our utils, and here pass the question dot created it. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our date for our question. Awesome. Next, after this created act, and after completing this div, we are going to check if the question dot answer, if the question have answer, if the question have answer, then we are going to show something, otherwise other thing. So if the question have answer, then we are going to show a batch. So we're going to use batch from our shadcn UI. So let's go to the shadcn UI, the component, and then this batch, we're going to use this batch, and I'm going to copy it from here, and then I'm going to split the terminal, and I'm going to paste the npx script to install a batch. It installs successfully. Now here I'm going to get the batch, and inside this batch the variant will be secondary. Then the class name will be gap1, and then inside this I'm going to use a check circle 2 icon, and this check circle 2 icon will have a class name of height 3 width 3, and then the text will be answered. Then if the question is not answered, then I'm going to copy this patch again and paste it here, and then I'm going to change this check circle, and I'm going to use clock, and then this one will be waiting for answer, and the variant will be destructive. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see both of them are waiting for answer because we do not have answer for these two questions. That's why it's showing the waiting for answer batch. Awesome. After the card header, we have our card content, and in the card content, inside this card content have a class name of space y4 and not x4 space y4. That's it. And inside this we'll have our question text, and here we have a p with question dot question, and this p tag will have a class name of text lg font medium leading relaxed, then text slate 900. In the dark we have text slate 100, not sky, slate 100. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our question text. Awesome. So it looks exactly like this one. Then after this p tag will have our answer question answer section if answer. If answer, the answer will be appeared here. So here I'm going to check if question dot answer, and I'm going to use the div with class name of rounded lg. bg will be emerald 50. In the dark mode, bg will be emerald 900/20. border will be emerald 200. Then in the dark border will be emerald 800. Then we have padding 4, margin top 4. So now if I hit save, and inside this we have another div with class name of flex item center gap 2 text small text emerald 600, and in the dark mode text will be emerald 400. and margin bottom 2. That's it. And inside this div, we're going to have a check circle 2 icon with class name of height 4 and width 4, and then we have a span with class name of font medium. Then inside this span we have a text of answer. That's it. Then after this div we have a p tag with question dot answer, and this p tag have a class name of text slate 700, and in the dark mode text slate 300, and leading relaxed. That's it. So this will be our question card. Now if I go to our project, you will see nothing because we don't have any answer yet. But when we add answer, this will look amazing, just like this one. So this is our question card. Now let's go back to our home, and in the home, after completing the question, after completing this main, the question from and the question, we have a footer. We have a simple footer, and here I'm going to use a footer, and this footer have a class name of border top bg muted slash 30, and py will be 8. That's it. Then inside the footer we'll have a div with class name of container mx auto tx4 text center. Then we have text small, text muted, foreground. That's it. And inside this div we have a p tag, and the content I'm going to copy it from here. So copy it and then paste it here and hit save. So now if I go here, so here you can see we have our footer built with love using Next.js and Tailwind. Let's add a question here again. Let's name it code. You can use here if you want. You do not need to add the name. Let's just submit the question. Say what is Node.js, why it is used. Let's submit the question submitted, and here you can see what Node.js and why it is used, and here you can see it's anonymous. Add another question like what is MERN stand for, or just say what is MERN step development, and let's hit submit. And you can see we have this sticky behavior here also. Awesome. So this is our home page. Our home page is completed. Next, we're going to implement the user profile page. So if I show you the deployed version, here you can see this is the user profile page where user have the information, the name, email, the question he asked, how many is answered and how many is pending, and then we have this member since information, and then the sign up. And here we also have the question that the user asked and the answer he got. So now we are going to implement this page. So for that, what I'm going to do is in our app, I'm going to create a folder called profile, and inside this I'm going to create a page.css, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it profile page. If I hit save and go to our project, and if I click here to profile, and now we are in the profile page. You can see here the text is profile page. Now let's go to the profile page. So here, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function that will format our member since date. So I'm going to use const format member since, and this will receive a date string, and this is a type of string, and inside this I'm going to return new date and pass the date string, and then dot to local string to local date string, and here enus, and then comma, and then pass the option the month will be short, then the day will be 2 digit, and then the year will be numeric. That's it. These are format member since function. And also I'm going to convert this component into a client component using useClient. Now here inside this page, first I'm going to create a dispatch using useDispatch. Then I'm going to create a state variable of current user and set current user and use the use state hook, and initially this one will be null and the type will be user type or null. That's it. Then I'm going to get the total questions from the current user dot questions dot length, otherwise the total question will be 0. That's it. Then I'm going to create another one for answered questions. The answered question will be current user dot questions dot filter, and we'll get the individual question, and we're going to use type of q is not equal to string, which is not equal to string, and q dot status is not equal to answered. And then we have, so here I think we have some problems. I'm going to remove this and rewrite it. So here we're going to get the const answered questions, and here we're going to use our current user dot questions dot filter, and then inside this we'll get our question, and then we're going to check if the type of q is not equal to string, and then we're going to check if q dot status is equal to answered, and then we have a comma and then dot length. If not, the default will be 0. So this will give us the answered questions, and then I'm going to copy it again, and I'm going to change this to pending answer, not pending answer, pending questions, and here we're going to change it to answer to unanswered. That's it. This is our pending. Then we're going to get the const member since current user dot create at. If it is true, then we're going to use a template literal, and I'm going to use member since, and we're going to use the template literal and then format member since, and inside this we'll have a type of current user dot created at. Then after the type of current user dot created at, if equal to string, if it is true, then we're going to use current user dot created at. Otherwise, current user dot created at dot to iso string, and we're going to call it. Otherwise, empty string. That's it. So this is our member since function. Then I'm going to use a use effect hooks here, and this will be an empty dependency array, and inside this I'm going to create a function to get current user. This one will be an async function, and then inside this I'm going to create another function called get current user request. This will be an async function. I'm going to await axios dot get, and we're going to use the base API URL slash users slash me, and then we're going to use the with credentials to true. That's it. Then I'm going to use const result. So here this one will be inside. So const result equal to await handle submit handle request, and we're going to pass the get current user request, and we're going to check if we have the result. Then we're going to set our current user to result dot data dot data dot user. So this will give us the current user, and then I am going to call our get current user. That's it. Now if I console log, so let's console log current user, and then the current user. If I hit save and go to our project, and if I inspect and go to the console, here the current user is null. So if I reload the page, here you can see we have our current user. Awesome. So now let's remove div, and then after the use effect to get the user, I'm going to create another function which is logout handler. So const logout handler, this one will be an async function. Then inside this I'm going to create a logout request, which will be an async function, and I'm going to await axios dot post, and here I'm going to use the base API URL slash users slash logout, and for the data we're going to pass an empty object, and then the with credentials will be true. That's it. And then I'm going to use const result await handle request and pass the logout request. That's it. And then if we have the result, then toast dot success will be logout successful, and then dispatch set auth user. Now we're going to set our set auth user to null, so that our user is null in the Redux, and then we're going to redirect our user to the home page. There. So this is our logout handler. Next we're going to start designing our project. So here the first div have a class name of mean height screen, then bg will be slate 50, in the dark bg slate 900. That's it. Now inside this we have our headers. I'm going to import the header component. Then we have a main. The main have a class name of container mx auto px4 py8. That's it. Now inside this main we have another div with class name of greet gap8 large screen read calls 3. That's it. Then inside this we first have profile card. So here we have a div with class name of in a large screen call span 1. Then inside this we have a card from UI card, and this card has class name of shadow MD. Then in the dark mode, BG gray 950, border slate 200, 200 slash 50. In the dark, border slate 700 slash 50, sticky top sticky and top 24. That's it. Now inside this card we have a card header, and this card header have a class name of text center, padding bottom 4. Now inside this card header we have a div with class name of mx auto, margin bottom 4, height 20, width 20, rounded full, rounded full, BG blue 950, in the dark BG blue 300, flex, item center, justify center, text 3XL, font bold, text white, in the dark mode text black. That's it. Now inside this div I'm going to use current user dot name dot char at 0 dot to uppercase. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have this card and we have the first letter of the user. Awesome. Then after this div we have card title, and this card title will be current user dot name, and this card title have a class name of text excel flex item center gap 2. That's it. Then we have the card description, and this card description have a class name of flex item center justify center gap 1.5. That's it. Then inside this I'm going to use a mail from Lucid React, and then class name of height 3.5 width 3.5, and then we are going to use current user dot email. That's it. This is our card header. Then we have card content. Now if I hit save, let's check it again. So here we have the title Naruto and the email, but I think the title have some missing. So here this one will also be justify center. Now if I hit save, now it looks good, just like this one. Next we have this content part. So this card content have a class name of specify 4. Then inside this we have the stats, and here I have a div with class name of greet. Greet calls 3, gap of 2, text center. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of rounded lg. Then bg slate 100. In the dark we have bg slate 800, slate 100, not 100. In the dark bg slate will be 800, 800, and padding will be 3. That's it. Now inside this p tag we have a p tag with the total questions, and the p tag have a class name of text excel, font bold, and text slate 900. And in the dark mode text slate 100. I'm going to hit save. After the p tag we have another p tag with the text questions, and this p tag have a class name of text extra small, text slate 600. In the dark text slate 400. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have 4 questions just like this one. Then after this we're going to copy it again, and we're going to change something, and here the bg will be bg emerald 100, and in the dark bg emerald 900, bg emerald 900 slash 30. That's it. And this one will be answer questions, and this one will be answered. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have 0 answered just like this one, and then we have another one for the pending. So I'm going to paste it underneath, and here this one will be bg amber 100 and bg amber 900 slash 3, and this one will be pending questions, and this one will be pending. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see 4 questions, 0 answered, and 4 pending. Awesome. And it looks exactly like this one. So next we have this member themes. So after this div we have the member themes, and here I have a div with class name of flex item center gap 2 text small, text slate 600. In the dark text slate 400, justify center. That's it. inside this div I have a calendar, and here this calendar have a class name of height 4 and width 4, and then we have our member since. So now if I hit save and go to my project, so here you can see we have our member since 26 March 226. Awesome. After the member since, we have a logout button. So logout button, and here I'm going to use a button component, and inside this, so first the button will have a variant of outline, then we have a class name of with full gap to cursor pointer. That's it. And in the on click, we're going to run our logout handler, and then inside this button we'll have a logout icon from Lucid React, and this one will have class name of height 4 width 4, and the text will be sign out. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to my project, here you can see we have our sign out. If I click here, logout successful, and we are redirected to our home page where we have our 4 question waiting for the answer. Let's sign in again. Let's use the password and welcome back. Let's go to the profile, and here we have our user information. Then after the logout button, what we have is our question section. So after completing this card and this date, we'll have our question section, and here I have a div with class name of, in a larger screen the call span will be 2. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of margin bottom of 6. Then inside this div we have a h1 with class name of text to excel, font will be bold, and text slate 900, and in the dark text slate 400, no 100, and then this h1 will have my question. That's it. Then after the h1 we have a p with class name of text slate 600, and in the dark mode text slate 400, and then inside this p we'll have a view all the questions u, and then we have a code of a post office, and you have submitted. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here my questions, view all the questions you have submitted, just like this one. Next, after this div, we'll have another div with class name of space y4, and inside this I'm going to use the current user dot questions dot map. We're going to map through it. We'll get the individual question and sorry, question and the index, and then here we're going to use the div. The key will be question dot id and have a class name of animate fading. So we actually don't need this animation here, and here I think we have some mistake, so let's remove this. So we're going to map through it. We'll get the question and the index, and then we're going to return a div. The key will be question dot id. We do not need the index here, and inside this I'm going to use our question card, and I'm going to pass the question. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see the question that this user asked. Awesome. So now we have this user page implemented. So our user profile page is completed. Next, we are going to implement the dashboard for the admin. So if I show you the dashboard, so this is the deployed version, and I am signing as a super admin. And if I go to the dashboard, here you can see we have this awesome sidebar where you can collapse it, and then here you have some dashboard data, the total question, total answer, total pending, and total number of user. Then you have this graph, you have this recent activity part, then you have the response rate, average question per user, and most activity. And then you have this question tab where you can answer the question of the users. You have this users list, 3 users, 5 questions, and you can see the user name, email, joined at, and the number of questions they asked. So now we are going to start implementing our dashboard. So first here I'm going to sign out, and I'm going to log in as a admin. So let's check our credential in our config. So example at the rate gmail.com. So I'm going to copy it from here and paste it here, and then example @1234. If I click here to sign in, welcome back. Now here, if I click to go to the dashboard, it will go to the /admin/dashboard, but currently we don't have this page. So first let's go to our project. So in our app, we have our admin, and inside this we'll have a dashboard, and inside this we'll have a page.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it dashboard page, and I'm going to hit save. So now if I go to our project and if I reload the page, now you can see we have our dashboard page at the top. That means we successfully created this page. Now what I'm going to do is, in our component, I'm going to create a separate folder for admin, and here I'm going to create a dashboard.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it admin dashboard, and then I'm going to add it in our page. So in our admin, in our dashboard page here, I'm going to remove this and I'm going to add admin dashboard. Now if I hit save and go to our project, you can see the text changes to admin dashboard. Now we are going to write our code in our dashboard.tsx. So here, before writing the code for the admin dashboard, I'm going to first create the admin, the sidebar, the dashboard sidebar, admin sidebar. So this sidebar. So let's implement the sidebar first. So in the admin, I'm going to create a new component, and I'm going to name it admin sidebar.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client, and then here at the top I'm going to create a nav items constant. So const nav items, and inside this I'm going to have a label, and first one is dashboard, and then the icon will be layout dashboard from Lucid React, and then the href will be /admin/dashboard. This is our first one, and we have three more, so I'm going to copy it three more times. And the second one, the label will be questions, and here I'm going to change it to message square, and here make it questions, and here /admin/questions. We don't have this page yet, but we're going to implement it later. Then for the third level, this one will be users, and I'm going to change the icon here, and I'm going to use users from Lucid React, and I'm going to change it to /admin/users. And then we have settings, and let's use a settings icon from Lucid React, and this one will be /admin/settings. That's it. These are nav item. Now I'm going to also create an interface. So interface admin sidebar props, and here we are going to receive a isOpen, which is a type of boolean, and we're going to receive a on toggle, which will be a function that returns void. That's it. Then here we are going to pass the we're going to pass our props, our admin sidebar props, and here we're going to receive is open and on toggle. That's it. Now here first I'm going to create some state variable. So const path name, we are going to get the path name from use path name from next navigation. Then we are going to get our dispatch function using use dispatch. Then I'm going to create a state variable of is collapsed, and then set is collapsed, and I'm going to use state, and initially this one will be false. That's it. Then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to open our profile page. So let's go to the profile page, and I'm going to copy the logout handler from here. If you want, you can create a separate component from logout handler, but I'm going to keep it simple. So this is the logout handler. We have to import XCS, the base API URL, then handle request, then the toast, the set auth user, and the redirect. That's it. So this is our logout handler function that we're going to use. And here, if the result, and after this part, we're going to close our sidebar on mobile after logout. So here we are going to check if window dot inner width is less than 100 1024. In that case we are going to call our on toggle. That's it. This is our logout handler. Now here we're going to return, and here first we have our mobile overlay. So first let's add our dashboard in the admin dashboard. Let's here add our admin sidebar. So in our dashboard we are going to prepare something. So first this div have a class name of flex min height screen, then bg slate 50, in the dark mode bg slate 900. Then inside this we will have our admin sidebar, and we are going to pass some props. So first I'm going to convert this into a client component also using use client, and then here I'm going to create a const of sidebar open and set sidebar open, and then I'm going to use state, and initially this one will be false. That's it. And then here we are going to pass is open, and we are going to pass the sidebar open, and then we are going to pass the on toggle, which will be an arrow function that will set sidebar open to false. That's it. So this is our admin sidebar. Now let's go to the admin sidebar, and here first we're going to check if is open is true. In that case, we're going to show a div with class name of fixed inset 0 z index 40 bg black / 50 in a larger screen hidden. That's it. And here in the on click, we are going to call our on toggle. That's it. This is our overlay. After that, we will have a aside, and then inside this we will have some class name, and here I'm going to use the cn function, and then inside this we'll have fixed top 0 z50 flex height screen. Flex will be in the column border right, border slate 200 bg white, transition all, duration 300 millisecond. In the dark mode, border slate 700, and in the dark mode, bg slate 800. That's it. And then we have a, in the largest screen, this one will be sticky. That's it. And then we're going to check if is open is true. Then we're going to use translate x0 otherwise we're going to use minus translate x full. In the largest screen, the translate x will be 0. That's it. And then we're going to check if is collapsed. Then in a larger screen with 16, and otherwise width will be 64. That's it. So these are aside. Now inside this aside we will have first our logo / header. Now inside this I have a div with class name of flex height 16 item center justify center. No, justify will be between item center. Justify will be between border, bottom, border, slate 200, px4 in the dark, border, slate 700, 700. That's it. Now inside this we are going to check if not is collapsed, then we are going to show a link from next link, and this link in the href will be slash, that means the home page, and we have some class name of flex, item center, justify between, border will be bottom, sorry, after the item center we'll have a gap of 2. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of rounded lg, bg linear to br, then from indigo 500 to purple 600, padding will be 1.5. That's it. Now inside this we'll have a message circle, and this message circle will have a class name of height 4, width 4, text white. That's it. Then after this div we have a span, and this span have a class name of font bold, text slate 900, in the dark text slate 100. That's it. And here will be AMA. Then we have another span with the text hub, and this span have a class name of bg linear to r, from indigo 500 to purple 600, to purple 600, bg clip, bg will be clip, text, bg clip text, and text transparent. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have AMA hub, but it doesn't look like this one. So let's go here. This span will be inside this span. So now if I hit save, now it looks good like this one. Awesome. So next we have this button. So after the span, after the link, so after this link we will have a desktop collapse. button. So here I'm going to use a button component from UI button, and this button variant will be ghost. Then the size will be icon, and in the on click we are going to set is collapsed to not is collapsed. That's it. And then here the class name, we are going to make it a hidden. Height will be 8, width will be 8, and in the largest screen we are going to make it a flex. Now inside this button we are going to use a chevron left button, and this button will have a class name of, we are going to use our second bracket, our cn, and here height 4, width 4, transition, transform, and then we are going to check if it's collapsed. Then we are going to add a rotate of 180 degree. That's it. So now if I go to our project, and here we have, if I click here, you can see we have the collapse functionality. Awesome. Just like this one. Next, after this button we have a mobile close. So here I'm going to use again the button, and this button have a variant of ghost, and then the size will be icon. Then in the on click we are going to call our on toggle, and then the class name will be height 4, width 4, and in the largest screen this one will be hidden. That's it. And then inside this button we'll have a X icon from Lucid React, and this X icon will have a class name of height 4 and width 4. So here we have a mistake. This one will be height 8 and width 8. That's it. Now if I go to our project and if I inspect, in the mobile view we have nothing here. So let's go. When we implemented the mobile view, you will see the cross icon. So then after this step we are going to have our navigation. And here we are going to use a nav with class name of flex1 space y1, and padding will be 3. Inside this nav we are going to use our nav items. We are going to map through it. We'll get the item, and then inside this we're going to use const if active, we are going to use path name if it is equal to item dot href. We are going to find the current active page. Then we are going to return a link, and inside this link we are going to first pass the key. The key will be item dot label. Then the href will be item dot href, and then in the on click we are going to run a function here. We are going to check if window dot inner width, if it is less than 1024, then we're going to call our on toggle function. On toggle function. That's it. Then after the class name, we'll have the class name. After the on click, we have the class name. And here I am going to use the cn again. And here we have flex, item center, gap 3, rounded lg, px3, py 2.5, text small, font medium, transition all, duration 200 millisecond. That's it. Then we are going to check if is active. Then we're going to use bg linear to r, then from indigo 500 to purple 600, and text will be white, and otherwise we're going to use text slate 600. In the hover, bg slate 100, and in the dark mode, text slate 400, and in the dark mode, bg slate 700. That's it. Now inside this link we are going to use item dot icon and class name of height 5, width 5, and shrink 0. Shrink 0. That's it. And then we're going to check if not is collapsed, and we're going to use a span. We're going to use a span, and inside this span we will have item dot label. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and here you can see we have dashboard, we have question, user and settings, just like this one. But here it also looks the same, no problem. And you can go to the question, but this page is not existed right now. So after the nav, next we have our footer. And here in the footer I have a div with class name of border top, then border slate 200, padding 3. In the dark we have border slate 700. That's it. Then inside this we have a button. In the button on click we have handle. We will have our logout handler, and then we have a class name of flex with full item center gap 3 rounded lg px3 py 2.5 text small font medium text slate 600 transition colors. In the hover bg slate 100. In the dark text slate 400. In the dark hover bg slate 700. That's it. Inside this we are going to use a logout from Lucid React logout icon, and this logout icon will have class name of height 5 with 5, and then here we are going to check if is collapsed is not true, then we're going to use a span and use the text span and the text logout. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here at the end you can see we have our logout button. Let's first hide this. So here you can see we have our logout button, and we have our this. If I collapse, we have just the button, and all of this also looks amazing. And here if we click here, it will log out. So here let's add a cursor pointer. Yes. Now let's log in again as an admin. So example, we have to sign in. Let's go to the super admin dashboard. So now our admin sidebar is completed. Next, let's go to the dashboard. So here we just have the admin sidebar. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to continue the dashboard page for now, but I'm going to create the questions page. So if I show you the questions page, so let's go to the super admin dashboard here, and also the super admin dashboard. So I'm going to first create the question page here. so that we can answer our users question. So after completing all of this question and user page, we are going to complete our dashboard so that we can have enough data to create this dashboard. So let's go here. So in the app, in the admin, I'm going to create a folder called question, and inside this I'm going to create a page.css, and I'm going to use RFC to create a component of boilerplate, and I'm going to name it admin question answer page. That's it. So now if I go to our project and if I go to the question page, so here the folder name is question, so I use question. So let's rename it to questions. So now if I go to our project, and now we have our admin question answer page. Now let's go to our code here, and first I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client. And here first I'm going to add some state variable, so const questions and set questions and use state, and we first have an empty array, and the questions will be type of questions array. That's it. Then I'm going to create a const is loading and set is loading, and then use state, and initially this one will be false. Then we have our const sidebar open and set sidebar open, and use state, and initially will be false. That's it. Then I'm going to use a use effect hooks to get the questions. So use effect and empty dependency array, and inside this I'm going to create const get questions. There will be async, and inside this const get question request will be an async function, and here I'm going to await axios dot get, and we're going to use our base API URL slash questions, and with credentials will be true. That's it. Then we'll get our result by await handle request, and we're going to pass our get question request and set is loading, and then if we have result, then we're going to set our questions to result dot data dot data dot questions. That's it. And then I'm going to call our get question function. So now if I hit save and if I console log, so if I console log questions from admin, And here if I use the questions and if I hit save, go to our project, if I inspect, go to the console, and if I reload the page, so here we have can't find API slash v1 slash questions. So let's check in our backend, in our routes, in our question routes, and let's check on our app.js. So here we will have a question. Now hit save, and if I go to our project and if I reload the page, so now you can see we have 4 questions that is asked by our user. So we successfully get the question. Awesome. Now let's go here in our not admin sidebar, in our page here, and I'm going to remove this console log. Then after that we're going to have another function to handle our answer questions, and here I'm going to create a function called handle answer. This one will be an async function. We're going to receive an ID as a string and a answer as a string, and then inside if we don't have answer dot trim, so after the trim if we don't have any answer, we're just going to return. That's it. Then we're going to create a request, answer request, which will be an async function, and we're going to await axios dot patch, and we're going to use our template literal, and I'm going to use our base API URL here. So base API URL, then slash questions slash, then we're going to pass the ID, then slash answer. That's it. And then we're going to pass the answer, and then with credential to true. That's it. Then we're going to get the result by await handle request, and we're going to pass our answer request. That's it. If we have the result, then we're going to create a constant of updated questions, and we'll get result dot data dot questions. We'll get the updated questions here, and then update the state. So we're going to set our questions, and we'll get the previous state, and we're going to use pref dot map. We'll get the question, and here we're going to use q dot id equal to id, otherwise updated question. That's it. So this will handle our answer questions. Now here in the designing, the first div have a class name of flex mean height screen bg slate 50 in the dark bg slate 900. That's it. Now inside this, first we have our admin sidebar, and here we're going to pass is open, which is our sidebar open, and on toggle will be an arrow function that will set our sidebar open to false. That's it. Now if I go to our project, we'll have the sidebar, and you can see the question is highlighted, just like if I go to here, you can see it's highlighted, and just like this one. Awesome. Then we have our main content. The main have a class name of flex1 overflow auto and with full. That's it. Then inside this we will have a header component with class name of flex item center justify between sticky top 0 z30 border bottom border bottom border will be slate 200. In the dark mode we have border slate 700, border slate 700. Then bg white slash 80. Then in the dark mode we have bg slate 900 slash 80 and backdrop blur lg. That's it. Now inside this header we will have another div with class name of flex height 40, smaller devices height will be 60, item center justify between px4, smaller device px6. Now inside this div we'll have another div with class name of flex item center gap 3, and then inside this we'll have a mobile menu. So we are going to create a separate component here. So we need to create a separate component for the mobile menu button. So in the admin folder I'm going to create a separate component called mobile menu button.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate. And here we are going to receive a on click, which is a type of which is a on click, which is a function that returns bot. Then here, instead of the div, I'm going to return a button from UI button, and this button have a variant of ghost, then a size of icon, and in the on click we're going to call our on click, and we have class name in the larger screen hidden and height 9 with 9, and then inside this button we'll have a menu icon, and this menu icon have a class name of height 5 with 5. That's it. Now let's go to the admin sidebar.tsx, and not admin sidebar, let's go to the question page, and here we're going to use our mobile menu icon. So let's use mobile menu button, and here we're going to pass the on click, and we're going to run this function and set our sidebar open to true. That's it. Then after this mobile menu button we have a div, and inside this div we have a h1 with the text questions, and this h1 have a class name of text large, smaller devices, text excel, font bold, text slate 900, in the dark text slate 100. That's it. And then we have a p tag with the text manage and answer user questions, and this p tag have a class name of text extra small, smaller devices, text small, text slate 600, in the dark mode text slate 400, hidden smaller devices block. Now I'm going to hit save and go to our project. So here you can see questions and manage and answer users question, just like this one. Awesome. And then after this p tag, then after this div and this div we will have, so here we'll have our theme toggler, and now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our theme toggler just like this one. So we can add a spacing, so let's check. So here in the header what we can do is we can add a margin right of 2. So now if I hit save and go to our project, now it looks good, and we can have the dark mode here just like this one. Awesome. Now after the header, so after completing the header we will have a div with class name of padding 4, smaller devices padding 6, space y4, smaller devices space y6. That's it. Then inside this step we are going to check if loading is true, then we are going to show a div with class name of flex item center, justify center, height will be screen, and flex will be in the column direction. And inside this we'll have a loader icon from Lucid React, and this icon have a class name of width 6, height 6, and animate pulse. That's it. If I go to our project, if I reload the page, here you can see we have a loading bar. So animate will be spin. So now if I hit save, and now if I reload the page, here you can see we have a loading bar here. Now we have the loading bar in our project, and then if not is loading, and then we're going to show a div with class name of space y3, smaller devices space y4. That's it. Then inside this div we are going to then inside this div we're going to use our questions dot make. We'll get the question, and then we're going to return a div. We're going to pass the key of questions dot id, and then we're going to pass some class name. No, we do not need the class name. And then inside this div we're going to use our admin question card component. So here we're going to have another custom component. So for the admin question card we are going to create a custom component. So this is the admin question card that we are going to create, where we have this option to submit the answer. So in the admin I'm going to create a admin question card .css, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate. And then let's go to the question, and here I'm going to pass our, so here in the key, after the key we're going to pass our admin question card, and we're going to pass the question as a prop, which will be our questions. So questions, and then in the on answer we are going to pass our handle answer function. Now we have to receive these props. So let's go to our admin question card, and at the top, so admin question card, at the top I'm going to convert this into a, no, we do not need to convert this into a client component. So here I'm going to use a interface props, and we are receiving a questions which is a type of question. So we are receiving a question, not question. So we are receiving question here, and we are going to pass the question. So this one will be question.id. That's it. Now let's go to the question card, and then we are also receiving a on answer function, which is an optional, where we will receive an id of type string and an answer of type string, and this function will return void. That's it. Now here I'm going to pass our props and import the question and on answer function. And then here I'm going to create some state variable. So const answer and set answer will be use state and question dot answer if it is already existed, otherwise an empty string. Then we're going to use another one, const is answering and set if answering, and here I'm going to use state and false. That's it. Then I'm going to create a format date function where we'll receive a date of type date, and here we're going to return new intl dot date time format, and I'm going to use en us, and then a object per month I'm going to use short. Then for the day I'm going to make it numeric, and then for year I'm going to make it numeric also, and then dot format and pass the date. That's it. So this is our format dates. Then I'm going to create a function called handle submit answer. This one will be an async function, and inside this first we are going to check if no answer dot trim. Then we are going to give an error toast dot error, and I'm going to use please enter and answer. That's it. And I'm going to return. Then I'm going to use set is answering to true, and then I'm going to use try catch, and in the try block I'm going to await on answer dot, if we have on answer then we are going to call it with question dot id and answer. That's it. And then toast.success answer submitted successfully. That's it. And we do not need the catch block. And here we are going to use finally. We are going to set our answer. Set is answering to false. That's it. So here I think we are missing a bracket, or let's check. So here I'm going to delete the catch and I'm going to use the finally and set is answering to false. So this is our handle submit answer. Then here I'm going to remove this and I'm going to use a card from UI card, and this card have a class name of, and here I'm going to use our cn, and inside this I'm going to transition all duration 200 millisecond. In the dark mode the bg will be blue 950, and then we're going to check if the question dot answer, then we are going to use border emerald 200, and in the dark mode border emerald 800. That's it. So here I think we have some problem. Let's cut this, and we have a bracket missing here. So this is our card with class name. Then inside this card we'll have our card header, and this card header have a class name of heading bottom 3, and then this, then we have a div with class name of flex. Flex will be wrap, item center, justify between, and gap 3. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, item center, gap 2, text small, text will be slate 600, and in the dark text will be slate 400. That's it. Then inside this div we will have a user icon from Lucid React. Now this user have a class name of height 4 with 4. Then we have a span with class name of font medium, and this span will have a question dot asked by dot name, otherwise anonymous. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here we have a error, so let's use this. Now if I hit save, now you can see we have 4 with anonymous, but I don't think we have 4% with anonymous. So I think let's console log our questions. If I go here and if I inspect, and if I here in the asked by we have the name, so why it is showing anonymous? So here I have a mistake, so this one will not be asked by answered by this one will be asked by. So now if I hit save, now you can see we here you also see our responsiveness, and you can see we have this cross icon, and here we have our 4 questions for a for Naruto, but I don't think all of them are Naruto by name. So let's go to our page. Here in the question page, here we pass our questions. So let's console log our question here. So console log questions. Now if I hit save, and here we have 4 questions. So first one is asked by Naruto, then second one is also same, the third one is also same, and the fourth one is also same. So what I can do is if I go to our project, so here we are having a problem, so can't find API slash v1 slash question. So we change the API to questions, which is creating the problem. So let's go to the app, let's change packet to question, and if I click here to search, and if I search for slash question, then question, so we are going to find the place where we use questions. So let's go here and change it to question, hit save, and then go here and it will be questions, no problem. So now here this one will be question. That's it. Now let's go to our project, let's reload the page. So this is the admin page, so let's sign out and sign in again as a user, and if I click here to login, so login, let's add a question here without any name. So here you can see we have a different name, but why in our database we only get Naruto? Let's sign out again, let's sign in as an admin. So example, now if I sign in and we are in the super admin, let's go to our dashboard, questions. So here all the name are Naruto. I think in our backend we have some kind of error. So let's go to the question model, question controller, and here when we ask the questions, so here I think we'll need to use display name, but the display name is not available. I think let's inspect and let's go to the console. The object contains the asked by, so we have the display name. So now I find the error. So this one will be question dot display name, otherwise anonymous. Now if I go here, now you can see it's John, anonymous, code.js and John. Now it's correct. Awesome. Now let's go back to our code. So after a span, we will have another span with class name of text slate 400. Then we have in the dark mode text slate 500. That's it. And here we will have a dot. So I'm going to copy the dot and then I will paste it here, and then we'll have another span, and inside this we're going to use our format date, and we're going to pass new date, and then we're going to pass our question dot created date. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our date just like this one. Now let's go here, then after this div we will have our question answer part. So if the question dot answer, if the question have answer, then we are going to show a batch from UI batch, and we're going to add a class name of gap1, and inside this I'm going to use a check circle 2 icon with a class name of height 3 with 3, and here the text will be answered. Otherwise we're going to show a batch, and here this one will be a clock icon, and this one will be unanswered. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see the text unanswered. So here I think let's go here. So this one will be inside. After this step we'll have our this answer or unanswered. So now it looks good. Unanswered, or if we have answer, we'll have this answered. Awesome. What you can do is you can add a variant here, and in the unanswered you can use a destructive, and in the here you can use a or you can use the default one. So now if I hit save, now you can see the unanswered will be this red color. Awesome. Then after the card header, we'll have our card content. We have our card content, and this card content have a class name of space y4, and then inside this we have a p tag with question dot question, and this p tag have a class name of text lg, font will be medium, leading will be relaxed, text will be slate 900. In the dark mode we have text slate 100. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have our question, and then after the p tag we are going to use, after the p, if, so here we will have our answer input, or display the answer. So here I'm going to check if question dot answer, if we have the answer, then we are going to show the answer, otherwise we are going to show a input box to answer the question. So here we will have a div with class name of rounded lg, bg will be emerald 50. In the dark mode we have bg emerald 900/20, border will be emerald 200. In the dark mode we have border emerald 800, and then padding will be 4. Then inside this we'll have another div with class name of flex item center gap 2, text is small, text will be emerald 600. In the dark we have text emerald 400, margin bottom 2. Now inside this div we'll have a check circle 2, and here we have a class name of height 4 width 4. That's it. And then I have a span with your answer, and this span have a class name of font medium. That's it. Then after this div we have a p tag with our question dot answer, and now this p tag have a class name of text slate 700. In the dark mode text slate 300, and reading will be relaxed. And that's it. Now if we don't have the answer, then we're going to use a div with class name of space y3 and then we have a text area from our UI text area, and here we'll have a placeholder of write your answer here, and then the value will be answer, then the rows will be 3, then the class name will be resize none, and then in the on change we will get the event and set our answer to e.target.value. That's it. Then after the text area we'll have a button from UI, and in this button the size will be small. Then in the on click we're going to call our handle submit answer. We're going to disable this well is answering, and we're going to add a class name of dev2. Then inside this button we're going to check if is answering. If it is true, then we are going to show something, otherwise other thing. And here we're going to use a div with class name of height 4, width 4, animate spin, rounded full, border 2, border white, and border will be top. Border top will be transparent. And then we have submitting. That's it. And here we'll have a send icon, and this send icon will have a class name of height 4, width 4, and the text will be submit answer. So now if I hit save and go to the project, and here now you can see we have this text box and the submit answer. Now let's add a answer here. So let's ask this question in Google and copy this answer from here, paste it here, and if I click here to submit, it's submitting. Sorry, I pasted it in our deployed version, but we need to paste it here in our actual one. Now if I click here to submit, it's submitting, and you can see answer submitted successfully, and you can see here we have our answer. Awesome. And it changes to answer. How cool is it? Now let's answer another questions from here. Let's search the question and let's copy this part and paste it here and click here to submit and submit it. So we have our answers here. Awesome. Now after the answer, you can see you cannot re-answer it, and here you can see this answer is also submitted in the deployed one. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out from here, and now here you can see in our home page we have the answer and the answer mark. Also this one is also answered. Now let's sign in as a user. So welcome back. So here we have our answer, and here also let's go to the profile, and now here we have 4 questions, 2 answered and 2 pending. We also have the question answers here. Awesome. Now let's sign out and let's sign in as an admin. So example at the rate 1234, and then go to the dashboard. Let's go to the question. So now our question page and answer question functionality all are completed. So after completing the questions part, we are going to create our users page. So if I show you the user page, so here we will have the total number of user, total number of question, and the user list with this drop down menu. They are not functional, but we're just going to add it for the design purpose. So let's go to our project, and in the admin folder I'm going to create a user folder, and I'm going to create a page.css, and I'm going to use RFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it admin user. Now if I go to our project and if I go to the users page, so the here we are going to use the users. So let's rename it with users. So now if I go to our project, now we are in the user page. So here first I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client, and then here I'm going to first create a users and set users, and I'm going to use state, and this one will be an empty array, and we are going to add the type here. The type will be user type array. That's it. Then we are going to also add another one, which is loading, and set is loading, and use state, and initially this one will be false. Then we're going to create another one, sidebar open, and set sidebar open, and use state, and initially this one will be false. That's it. And then we're going to calculate the total questions, and we're going to use our user dot, we're going to use the reduce method, and here we'll have the sum and the user, and we're going to use sum plus user dot questions dot length, and we're going to start it from 0. So this will be the total questions, and then we're going to create a function to format our date. So here we'll receive a date of type date, and then inside this we're going to return new international intl dot date time format, and we're going to use enus, and inside this the month will be short, then the day will be numeric, then the year will be numeric, and then dot format, and we're going to pass the date. That's it. Then I'm going to use a use effect hooks to get our user list. So use effect and empty dependency array, and then inside this I'm going to create a function called get users, which will be an async function, and then here we're going to call our get users. Now inside this function, first I'm going to create a request, so const get user request, and this will be an async function, and here I'm going to await xuse dot get, and we're going to use the template literal and this API URL slash admin slash not admin, this one will be users slash all, and then we're going to pass the with credentials to true. That's it. Then we're going to get the result using await handle request and pass the get user request and set is loading. That's it. And then if we have the result, then we're going to set users to result dot data dot data dot users. That's it. Now let's console log the user. So now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I inspect, and if I go to the console and remove all and reload the page, and here you can see we have the user list. So we only have one user, the name, the email, the name, the number of question he asked, and all of this. So we successfully retrieve our users list. Now here we are going to start designing our component. So the first div will have a class name of flex, min height screen, bg slate 50, dark bg slate 900. That's it. Inside this we're going to add our admin sidebar, and here we're going to pass some props. First one is open, which will be sidebar open, and in the on toggle we're going to set our sidebar open to false. That's it. If I go to our project, so here you can see we have our sidebar. Awesome. Then after the sidebar we're going to use a main, and this main have a class name of flex1 overflow auto, then with full. Then inside this we'll have a header, and this header have a class name of flex item center justify between sticky top 0, then z will be 30, border will be bottom, then the border slate 200. In the dark mode, border slate 700. Then bg white slash 80, and in the dark mode we have bg slate 900 slash 80 and backdrop blur lg. And that's it. Now I'm going to hit save. Then inside this header we're going to have another div with class name of flex, height 40, smaller device, height will be 60, item center, then justify between, not baseline, between px4, smaller devices, px6. That's it. Then inside this div we'll have another div with class name of flex, item center, and gap will be 3. Then inside this div we'll have a mobile menu button, and in the mobile menu button, in the on click, we're going to run a function that will set our sidebar open to true. That's it. Then we'll have another div, and inside this div we have a h1 with the text users, and this h1 will have a class name of text lg, smaller devices, text excel, font bold, text slate 900. In the dark mode, text slate 100, not sky, slate 100. That's it. After the h1 we'll have a p tag with the text manage registered users, and sorry, this one will be a p tag, and this text will be inside this p tag. Now this p tag have a class name of text xs, extra small, smaller devices, text small, text slate 600. The dark mode, text slate 400, hidden, and smaller devices, this one will be block. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have the users and manage registered user, and if I inspect, we have this button to open our sidebar. Awesome. So now let's go to our project. Then after, before the header ends, we are going to add our theme toggler. Now if I hit save, now here you can see we have our theme toggler, which can toggle between our dark mode and light mode. Awesome. After the header, we're going to check if is loading. Then we're going to show a div with class name of flex, item center, justify center, place will be in the column direction, and height will be screen. That's it. Then inside this div, we'll have a loader, and this loader have a class name of width 7, height 7, and animate pulse. Not pulse, animate will be spin. That's it. Then if node is loading, in that case we're going to first have a div with class name of padding 4, smaller devices, padding will be 6, space y4, and smaller devices space y6. That's it. Then inside this div we first have stats summary, and here I have a div with class name of greet calls 1, and in medium screen greet calls 2, gap 3, smaller devices gap 4. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of rounded excel border slate 200, in the dark border slate 700, bg white, in the dark bg slate 800, padding 4, and shadow small. That's it. Then inside this div we have a p with class name of text to excel, smaller devices text 3 excel, font bold, text slate 900, the dark mode text will be slate 100. And here inside this p we'll have users dot length. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have one just like this one. Then after the p tag we have another p tag with the text total users, and this p tag have class name of text extra small, smaller devices text will be small, text slate 600, and in the dark mode text slate 400. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have one total user just like this one. Next we have this same div, so I'm going to copy it and paste it underneath, and I'm going to change something. So here this one will be total questions, and this one will be total questions. Next, so now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have 4 total questions, so just like this one. Next, after this div we have our users list, and here we have a div with class name of space y3. Then inside the I'm going to use our users and map through it. We'll get the user, and then I'm going to return a div with the key will be user dot email. Then the class name will be rounded excel border slate 200 border in the dark border slate 700 bg white in the dark bg slate 800 padding 4 shadow small in the hover shadow md, and then the transition will be shadow. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center justify between, then gap 4. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center, then we have gap of 3, smaller devices gap of 4, and mean width 0. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of height 10 width 10, smaller devices height will be 12, and smaller devices width will be 12, rounded full bg will be linear to br. Then we have form indigo 500 to purple 600. Then we have flex item center justify center text white font semi-bold text small smaller device text base, and shrink 0. That's it. Now inside this we'll use user dot name dot char at 0. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this n, just like this one, the first letter of the user. Then after this div we have another div with class name of min with 0, and then inside this we have another div with class name of flex item center gap 2 flex wrap. Then we have a h3 with class name of font bold, not bold, font will be semi bold. Then text slate 900. In the dark mode, text slate 100. Text small, smaller device, text base, and truncate. And here we'll have our user.name. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have the name. So just like this one. Then after the h3 and after this div, we have another div with class name of flex, flex in the column direction, smaller devices, flex will be in the row, smaller devices, items center, gap 1, smaller devices, gap 3, text will be extra small, smaller devices, text small, text slate 600. In the dark mode, text slate 400, and margin top will be 1. That's it. Now inside this we have a span with class name of flex, items center, gap 1, and truncate. Then inside this span we have a mail icon from Lucid React, and this mail icon have a class name of height 3, width 3, shrink 0. That's it. And then we have another span with class name of hidden and solar devices flex. No, here this one will be just truncate, and inside this we will have user dot email. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have codejs51@gmail.com, just like this one. Then I'm going to copy this same span again, and here I'm going to change something. The icon will be calendar, and here we are going to use our, so here I'm going to use our format date and pass new date, and then user dot created. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have the date just like this one, but before that we have a text of joint. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have joint and then the date, just like this one. And then I'm going to copy this span again, and then we have a icon of message square, and here we have user dot questions dot length and then questions. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see this user have 4 questions. So it looks exactly like this one. Awesome. After that, after this div, so after this flex div, we have a drop down menu from UI, and inside this we have a drop down trigger, and in the drop down trigger we're going to make it as child. Then inside this we have a button, and this button have a variant of ghost, and then size will be icon, and then we have a class name of height 8, width 8, and shrink 8, shrink 0, sorry. That's it. And then inside this button we'll have a more vertical icon, and this icon will have a class name of height 4, width 4. That's it. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have our button. Then after the trigger we'll have a drop down menu content, and this will have a align property of end, and then inside this we'll have a drop down menu item. So first one will be view profile, and I'm going to copy it 2 more times. The second one is view questions, and then this one will be deactivated. And here I'm going to add a class name of text red 600. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have view profile, view question, and deactivate. Awesome. So now you can see here we have the users list. So what I can do is let's log out, let's go to the sign in, let's sign up now, let's add a name, let's say John, @gmail.com, then add a password, create an account, and now if I go to this profile, here you can see all are 00. Let's ask a question, say why JavaScript. Let's submit the question, the question submitted. So here we have the question, why JavaScript. So now let's sign out and sign in as an admin. Let's sign in and let's go to the dashboard, then the question. So now we have these new questions here. Let's go to the users, and now you can see we have 2 users. We have 2 total users and 5 total questions. and this person asked one question and this person asked 4 questions. If I inspect, here you can see this section is fully mobile responsive. So if I select the iPhone, here you can see this section is mobile friendly, and here you can also see the dark mode and light mode. Awesome. So our user page is completed. Next, we are going to start implementing our main dashboard. So if I go to the dashboard in our deployed version, so here we have a loader, and here we have this text, we have this card of total question, total answer, total pending, and total users. We have this graph, then we have this recent activity section, and we have this response rate, average question per day, per user, and most active day. So now let's go to our dashboard.tsf. Here we already have some code. Now here I am going to add some more state variables. So const. So first one is dashboard stats and set dashboard stats, and we're going to use state, and here initially this one will be null, and we're going to add a type here. The type will be dashboard stats or null. That's it. Then I'm going to create another one is loading, and set is loading, and use state, and this one will be initially false. That's it. Then I'm going to use a use effect hooks and an empty dependency array, and inside this I'm going to create a function called get stats, and here we're going to use an async function, and then we're going to call our get stats. Then inside this we're going to create a get stats request, and this one will be an async function, and here we're going to await axios dot get, and we're going to use our template literal, and I'm going to use our base API URL, then slash, then admin slash dashboard stats. Then we're going to use with credentials to true. That's it. Then we're going to get the result and await handle request, and inside this I'm going to use get stat request and set is loading. That's it. Then we're going to check if we have the result. Then we're going to use set dashboard stats result dot data dot data. That's it. Now I'm going to console log our dashboard stats. Now if I hit save and go to our project, let's go to the dashboard, let's inspect, and in the console let's remove everything, and if I reload the page,
So here we have a object with the average question per user. We have our chart data that we are going to use to generate the graph. Then we have the most active day, the day name and the number of questions. We have the recent questions. Then we have the response rate. We have the total answer, total pending, and total number of questions. So we get our every dashboard statistics here. Awesome. Now let's go to our dashboard. Let's remove this. Here we have some code. We have the admin sidebar, and then we're going to check if is loading. If it is true, then we're going to show a loader. So I'm going to copy the loader from our users, and here we use the loading. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here and import the loader. That's it. So now if I go here and if I reload the page, you will see a loader, but it is not in the correct place. So here we are missing a with full. So let's add this in our user. So with full. Now let's check in the user also. So it's in the middle, and in the dashboard it is also in the middle. Awesome. So after the loading, we're going to check if not is loading. If not is loading, in that case we're going to use a main, and we're going to add a class name of flex1 overflow auto, and weight will be 4. That's it. Inside this we have a header section. So I'm going to copy this header section from our user. So here we have the header. So I'm going to copy it from here and I'm going to paste it inside our main. If you want, you can create a separate component for it. Here I'm going to import the theme toggler, the mobile menu button, and we're going to change some content here. So here I'm going to use dashboard, and then here I'm going to use analytics and insights overview. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our dashboard, analytics and insights overview, and we have our theme toggler also. Awesome. So next, after the theme toggler and after completing the header, we have a div with class name of padding 4 smaller devices. Padding will be 6, space will be y4, then in smaller devices space will be y6. That's it. Then we have a stats card. So stats card. For the stats card, I'm going to create a separate component at the bottom. So here I'm going to create a separate component for the stats card. If you want, you can create in the folder. So let's create it here in the admin. I'm going to create a stats card.tsx, and I'm going to start a C to create the component boilerplate. And here first we are going to receive some props. So I'm going to use interface stats card, or you can just name it props. So here we are receiving an icon of type react dot element type. That's it.
Then we are receiving a label of type string, and then we are receiving a value of type number, and then we're receiving a color of type primary or success or warning. That's it. Here we are going to use our props, and we'll import our color, our icon, label, and value. That's it. Now here at first I'm going to create a const, and I'm going to create a color classes, and here we're going to define the color for primary. So for the primary we're going to use bg indigo 100. So bg indigo 100. In the dark mode we're going to use bg indigo. So what I can do is I can write the code here. So let's use the class name. So bg indigo 100. By doing this we will get the auto complete. So dark bg indigo 900 slash 30 text indigo 600 in the dark text indigo 400. That's it. So now I'm going to copy it and cut it from here and paste it here. Then after the primary we have success. So let's write the success code here. So bg will be emerald 100. In the dark bg will be emerald 900 slash 30. Text will be emerald 600. In the dark text will be emerald 400. So I am going to copy this from here, cut it and paste it here. Then we have warning, and let's write the warning code here. So bg ember 100. In the dark we have bg ember 900 slash 30. Text ember 600. In the dark we have text ember 400. That's it. So I'm going to cut the code from here and paste it in the warning. That's it. So this is our color classes. Now here we are going to return a div, and this div will have some class name. So here we are going to use rounded excel, then border will be slate 200. In the dark border will be slate 700. bg white. In the dark bg slate 800. Padding 4, smaller devices. Padding 6, shadow sm, shadow small, transition all, duration 200 millisecond. In the hover, shadow MD. In the hover, minus translate y 0.5. That's it. Then inside this, we have another div with class name of flex, item center, justify between. That's it. Inside this, we have another div with class name of, and here we're going to use second bracket and template literal, and here we're going to use rounded LG, and then we have padding of 2, smaller devices, padding of 2.5, and then I'm going to use color classes and pass the color. That's it. Then here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename the icon with the capital I. Now inside this div we have icon, and the icon will have a class name, height 4, width 4, smaller devices, height 5, smaller devices, width 5. That's it. Then after this div and this div, we have another div with class name of margin top of 3 and smaller devices margin top of 4. Then inside this we have a p with value, and then we have another p with the label. Now the first p have a class name of text excel, then smaller devices text 3xl, font bold, text slate 900, in the dark text slate 100. Then the second p tag will have a class name of text extra small, smaller devices text will be small, text will be slate 600, in the dark mode text will be slate 400, and truncate. That's it. Now I'm going to hit save. Now if I go to our project, we are going to see nothing. So let's go to the dashboard, and in the dashboard we are going to use our stats. So let's go to the top, and here I'm going to use a stat card, and here we're going to pass some props. The icons, the first one, the icon will be message square, then the label will be total question, then the value will be dashboard stats dot total answered, otherwise 0, and then the color will be primary. So here I think I mistake. So first one will be total questions. That's it. Then I have one more. The second one, the icon will be check circle 2, and the label will be answer. This one will be total answered, and the color will be success. That's it. Then I have another one, and here the icon will be a clock icon. The label will be pending, and this one will be total pending and warning. So we have another one, and here I'm going to use users, and the text will be total users, and this one will be total users. That's it. So now here the color will be primary. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have questions, but this is not look exactly like this one. So we have a div first here. So we have a div with class name of grid gap 3, smaller devices gap 4, grid calls 2, large screen grid calls 4. That's it. And let's cut it from here and add it at the end. And now if I hit save and go to our project, and now you can see it looks good, just like our deployed one. Awesome. So our stats card is completed. After the stats card, we have another div, and here we are going to add our chart and recent activity. So if I show you the deployed version, so here you can see this is our chart and this is our recent activity. So here first I have a div with class name of grid. Then we have gap of 4 smaller devices, gap will be 6, and in large screen grid falls 2. That's it. And then inside this we are going to have two components, separate component. One is the chart component, and we have another one for the recent activity component. So here I'm going to create a separate component. So first is the admin chart.tsx, and I'm going to start fc to create the component boilerplate, and I'm going to hit save. Then let's go to the dashboard, and here I'm going to add our admin chart, and here I'm going to pass a props of chart data, and we're going to pass our chart data from dashboard stats dot chart data, otherwise we are going to send an empty array. That's it. Now let's go to the admin chart.tsx, .tss, and here at the top we are going to receive our props, so type props, and here we are receiving, so we already have our chart data type. So here I'm going to just pass our object, and chart data will be a type of chart data array. That's it. And here I'm going to import our chart data. That's now for the chart we are going to use a npm package. The package we are going to use is called recharts. If I go to their npm package, you can see they have a lots of weekly download, and they have the documentation. If you want, you can learn more. So I'm going to copy their npm script from here, and then here I'm going to split the terminal and paste the npm I recharts. Now here the first step, I'm going to replace it with card from UI card, and this card have a class name of shadow md, then we have border slate 200/50, in the dark mode border slate 700/50. That's it. Then inside this we have our card header, and this card header, inside this card header we have our card title, and the card title will be activity overview, and this card title have a class name of text large font semi bold. That's it. If I hit save and go to our project, so here we have activity overview just like this one. Then after the card title we have a card description, and for the description text we have this question and answer over the last 7 days, and this card description doesn't have any class name. So if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our questions and answers over the past 7 days. That's it. Then after the card description we have completed our card header, and then we have our card content, and inside this we have a div with class name of height will be 64. Then inside this we'll have a responsive container from our recharts. So we're going to import responsive container from rechart, and this responsive container we're going to pass a width of 100%, width will be 100%, and height will be 100%. That's it. Inside this we're going to use our area chart component from recharts, and here we are going to pass the data, and we're going to pass the chart data. That's it. Then inside this we have divs, and inside this we have a linear gradient, and this linear gradient will have an ID of color question, and then x1 will be 0 and y1 will be 0, x2 will be 0 and y2 will be 1. So now if I hit save, let's see if we have anything. So we have this box but nothing shows right now. So let's go here. Then inside this linear gradient we have a stop, and this is a self-closing, and in the stop we have offset, or we have offset of 5%. After the offset we have stop color, and here we're going to use hash 6366 f1. Then we have stop opacity, and the stop opacity will be 0.3. That's it. Then we have another one of stop, so I'm going to copy it, and for the second one we have offset of 95%. Then the stop color will be same, and the stop opacity will be 0. Now let's hit save, and now if I go to our project, so nothing shows. Let's go here, and after the linear gradient we have another one, so I'm going to copy it and paste it underneath, and this time the ID will be color answered, and x1 will be 0, y1 will be 0, x2 will be 0, and y2 will be 1, and the stop offset will be 5, and stop color, here I am going to change the color. So here we have hash 10b981, and this one will be same 10b981, and other things will be same. That's it. Then after the divs, after completing the divs, we have chart Cartesian grid, and this one will be an self-closing, and here the stroke dash array, and we're going to use 3 3. Then we have stroke will be hash e2e 8f0. Then we have class name of, in the dark we have stroke slate 700. That's it. So we have Cartesian grid, and then we have x axis. This one is a self-closing. In the x-axis we have data key will be name. Then we have stroke will be hash 64748B. Then we have a font size will be 12, then a tick line false, and then axis line false. That's it. Then we have another one, so I'm going to copy it, and this time this one will be YX, and here the data key, so we do not need the data key here. The stroke will be the same, the font size will be 12, the tick line false, and axis line false. That's it. Then after the y-axis we have a tooltip. And in the tooltip we're going to use a content style, and we're going to pass a object, and the background color, not background clip, background color will be hash fff. Then we'll have a border, and border will be 1 pixel solid, and hash e2e 8f0. Then we have a border radius 8 pixel, and then we have box shadow will be 0 4 pixel 6 pixel minus 1 pixel RGB will be 0 0 0 slash 0.1. That's it. So this is our box shadow. Then after this we'll have a label style, and here the color will be hash 0f172a. That's it. This is our tooltip. Then we have area. It's also a self-closing, and first the type will be monotone, data key will be questions, then the stroke will be hash 6366f1. Then we have fill opacity 1. Then we have fill will be URL, fill will be URL, and inside this we have hash color answer. Colored answer. Let's check if we use the color question, color answered. That's it. And then the stroke width, then the stroke width 2, and name will be question. That's it. Then we have another one, so I'm going to copy it underneath, and this type will be same, and the data key will be answered, and this one will be hash 10b981, and fill opacity 1, and this one will be color. So first one, this one is color questions, and this one is color answered, and this one will be answered. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so now you can see we have our graph. You can see here we have 0 question. So here I think we have a typing problem somewhere. So here we have answered. You can see we have 4 question and 2 answered, and here we have 1 question and 0 answered, but the answer text is capital N. So here in the admin chart, in here we use answer. So now if I hit save, now it looks good. Now you can see we have a beautiful chart which looks amazing and professional, and you can see how easy to implement it. Awesome. So after the chart, let's go to the dashboard. So after the admin chart, we have the recent activities. So I'm going to create another component, and I'm going to name it recent activity.css, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate. And in the dashboard, I'm going to add here recent activity, and I'm going to pass the components, that the props. Here I'm going to pass questions and dashboard data, dashboard stats dot recent questions, otherwise an empty array. That's it. Now let's go to the recent activity.tsx, and here I'm going to first use the type props, and here we're receiving a questions which is a type of question array. That's it. And here I'm going to pass the props and get the question. That's it. And I'm going to rename it recent question. That's it. Now here I'm going to return a card from UI card, and this card have a class name of shadow md, then we have border slate 200/50, then in the dark mode we have border slate 700/50/50, and that's it. Then inside this card we have card header, and then inside this we have card title, and the title will be recent activity. This card title have a class name of text lg font semi bold. That's it. Then after the card title we have card description, And here we have latest questions from your AMA. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our recent activity and latest questions from your AMA. So after the header we have card content, and here I have a div with class name of spacey4. Inside this div we are going to use our recent questions. We're going to map through it. We'll get the individual question and we're going to return a div. We're going to pass the key of question dot id, and then we're going to add some class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction. Smaller devices, flex will be in the row direction. Items start gap 3 rounded lg, then we have padding of 3, bg will be slate 50, in the dark bg will be slate 800 slash 50, then we have transition colors. In the hover the bg will be slate 100, in the dark we have hover bg slate 800. That's it. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of, we're going to use the template literal format here, and first we have rounded full, then padding will be 2, and then we're going to check if question dot answer, if the question have answer, then we're going to add a bg emerald 100, in the dark bg emerald 900 slash 30, text 900 slash 30, and text will be emerald 600, in the dark text emerald 400. That's it. Otherwise we're going to use bg indigo 100, in the dark mode bg indigo 900 slash 30, text indigo 600, in the dark text indigo 400. That's it. So now if I hit save, and then inside this div we're going to check if the question dot answer, then we're going to show a icon, otherwise show another icon. So if the question have answer, we're going to use check circle to icon, and this icon will have a class name of height 4 width 4. Otherwise we're going to use a message square icon, and this one will have a class name of height 4 width 4. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have these boxes with 5 questions, and we have these icons also. Then after this div, we have another div with class name of flex1 min with 0. Then we have a p tag with question dot question, and this p tag have class name of text small, font medium, text slate 900, in the dark text slate 100, and line clamp 1. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our questions, so just like this one. So after that, after the p, we have another div with class name of flex item center gap 2 margin top 1. Then inside this div we have a span with class name of text access text slate 600, in the dark text slate 400, and then in the span we are going to use question dot asked by dot name, otherwise anonymous. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here all of them are anonymous. I think we have some problem. So here let's console log recent questions, and if I go here, if I inspect, if I console, go to the console, and here we have an array, we have answer, status, and id. So we don't have the created at. So let's go to our dashboard controller, and here when we get the recent questions, so we use our all questions. So let's check our deployed one. So here it also says anonymous. I think we have a problem in our code. So let's check. So here we use path question. Let's remove this select. We're going to need all of the information. So now let's go to our recent activity. Now if I go to our project, and here if I reload the page, now let's check if we have asked by. The asked by is id, so we do not need the asked by here, we need the display name. So we're going to use display name. So now if I hit save, now we have the display name, yeah, like the John, anonymous, Code.js, and John. That's it. And if you want, you can populate the, let's go to the dashboard controller. You can also use dot populate here, and populate the asked by, but we do not need it here. So let's go to our recent activity. Then after the display name span, we have another span with class name of text access text slate 400, and in the dark mode text slate 500, and here we have these dots. I'm going to copy this dot from here and paste it here. Now if I hit save, and then after this span we have another span, and this span have a class name of text extra small text slate 600, and in the dark mode we have text slate 400, and inside this we're going to use format so here I'm going to use another package which is date fns. So I'm going to use npm I date fns, and here I'm going to use format distance to now. Let's import it here. So import something from date fns, and here format distance to now. So it's this one will be format. So here something is wrong. Format distance to now. So this one format distance to now, and we're going to use our format distance to now, and here I'm going to pass question dot created at, and then pass a object to add suffix to true. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see 1 day ago, 10 days ago, 10 days ago, 10 days ago, 11 days ago. It formatted properly, just like this one. Awesome. Then after this pen, then this tip, we have a batch from UI batch, and here we have a variant, and we're going to check if the question dot answer, if the question have answer, then we're going to use default, otherwise secondary. That's it. And we're going to add a class name of print 0. Inside this we're going to use question dot answer If it is true, then this one will be answered, otherwise pending. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have pending, answered, and pending. Awesome. Then let's go here, and after that div and after everything, we're going to check if recent questions dot length, if it is equal to 0, then we are going to show a p tag with no recent activity, and this p tag have a class name of text center, text small, text slate 600, in the dark text slate 400, padding y will be 8. That's it. So now we have our graph and the recent activity chart, just like this one. Awesome. Next we have this free response, extra response. So let's go to our dashboard, and then after this div we have additional analytics, and here I have a div with class name of grid gap 3 smaller devices, gap 4 read calls will be 1, and in smaller devices read calls will be 3. That's it. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of rounded excel border, and then border slate 200, in the dark we have border slate 700, bg white, and in the dark we have bg slate 800, padding 4, smaller devices padding 6, and shadow small. That's it. Now inside this we have a h3 with the text response rate, and this h3 has a class name of text extra small, smaller devices text will be small, font medium, text slate 600, in the dark text slate 400, margin bottom 2. That's it. After the h3 we have a p with dashboard stats dot response rate, otherwise 0%, and this p tag have a class name of text 2xl, smaller devices text 3xl, font bold, text slate 900, in the dark text slate 100. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have response rate 40%, just like this one, and we need to have this bar. So after the p tag, we have another tip with class name of margin top 2, height 2, rounded full, bg slate 200, in the dark bg slate 700, overflow hidden. Then inside this we have another div with class name of height full, bg emerald 500, rounded full, transition all, and duration 500 milliseconds. And here we're going to add some extra styling, the style, and here the width will be a template literal, and we are going to use dashboard stats dot response rate. If it is true, then we're going to use dashboard stats dot response rate dot replace. We're going to replace the percent with an empty string, otherwise we're going to use 0, and at the end we have percent. That's it. So now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have 40% fill up. Awesome. Next, after this div, we have another div just like this one. So I'm going to copy it. So this is the div. So let's copy it from here and paste it underneath. And here the h3, this one will be avg question per user, and here this one will be response rate dot avg question per user, otherwise 0. That's it. And then we don't need this div, and we have a p tag with class name of text extra small, smaller devices, text will be small, text will be slate 600, and in the dark text slate 400, and margin top will be 2. And then inside this we have a text based on, and then dashboard stats dot total user, otherwise 0 users. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see average question per user is 0 based on 2 users, but I don't think it's 0. let's console log. Let's see if we have the console log. So let's console log the dashboard stats. If I hit save, if I inspect console array, let's reload the page. So this is the average question per user is 2.5. Then why it's showing 2 0? Let's check. So dashboard states average questions per users, and this is question per user. So I have a mistake. Let's go to the type, and this is the dashboard states, and this one is average question. So now let's go to the dashboard, and this one is average question per user. Now if I hit save, now you can see it's 2.5 based on 2 users, just like this one. Awesome. Next we have another one, so I'm going to copy this div again, and for the third one the h3 will be most active day, and this one will be dashboard stats dot most active day dot day, and then this p tag will be, I'm going to remove the content, so dashboard stats dot most active day dot questions, otherwise 0 question submitted. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see the most active days is Thursday and 0 questions submitted. So here let's check the console, and here let's say the question is 4. This one will be questions, so we have a yes. So let's fix in our type, this one is questions. So now if I hit save, and let's save the dashboard. Now if I go to our project, now you can see we have 4 questions submitted. Awesome. Now our dashboard looks exactly like this one, and you can see it looks awesome. Let's check in the dark mode. You can see in dark mode it also looks fantastic. We have our activities, our graph, our recent activities, and all of this, so just like this one. And let's check everything. Let's go to the question. So this is the question. You can see it looks also nice in the dark mode. Let's go to the light mode. You can see it looks awesome. Let's go to the user. So this is the user list, and it also looks amazing in the dark mode. We don't have the setting page. Let's go to the main page. So the main page also looks good in the dark mode. Awesome. Let's sign out and let's log in as a user. And this page is also looks amazing in the dark mode. So let's log in. So now you can see in the dark mode it also looks good. Let's go to the profile page. So this is the profile page, which looks awesome. Let's check the responsiveness. So you can see this page is fully responsive. Let's go to the main page. The main page is also responsive. Let's sign out. Let's sign in as a admin. So let's sign in. And then we are going to open our dashboard, and you can see in the mobile device it also responsive. We have everything looks nice and clean. We have the sidebar. If you go to the questions, you can say this page is also mobile responsive. Let's go to the users. It's also mobile responsive. So now we have implemented all our features, and now our project looks absolutely awesome. Next, what we are going to do is we are going to deploy our project in live server so that we can have a live link so that the users can use this project. So for now, all of our features is completed. Now that we have completed our project, next we are going to deploy our project in live server. And deploying a full stack project in live server is a bit of tricky part because most of the time it throw us some course error and others error. So I'm going to show you the full process from scratch of how you can deploy your full stack project in live server. So here for the front end, I'm going to use Vercel, and for the backend I'm going to use Render. Both are free platform, so you do not need to do anything with the payment. But before deploying the project in Vercel or Render, we need to first push our project in GitHub. So first I'm going to open my GitHub account, and here first I'm going to sign in my account. And here I'm going to first create a new repository, and first one will be Q&A backend, and I'm going to create repository. Then let's go to our project, and I'm going to stop the server, and I'm going to open a new terminal, and here I'm going to go to cd backend. Next, in the backend, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a file called .gitignore, and here I'm going to paste some gitignore code so that it ignores some unnecessary files like the node module, the config.n. So here you can see n local config.n. This will ignore this file. So I'm going to provide you this gitignore file, and you can also search Google for a standard gitignore file for Node.js. You will find the gitignore file. That's it. Next, here in the backend, I'm going to first use git init, then git add dot, then git commit dash m, and then first commit. Then so we completed this commit part. Then we have git branch m main. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Then we have this git remote. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and hit enter. And then we have this git push. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here and hit enter. So this will push our backend project in the GitHub. So it's completed. Now if I reload the page, you can see we have our backend code in our GitHub. We have our controller, middlewares, model, routes, utils, gitignore, app, package.json, and all of this. We don't have our config and node module. Awesome. Next, I'm going to create a new repository again, and here I'm going to use Q&A frontend, and I'm going to create a repository, and then I'm going to open here and cd back and cd to frontend, Then here I'm going to use git init, git add dot, then git commit dash m. We're going to use fast. Then we have this git branch dash m main. So copy this, paste it here, hit enter. Then we have this git remote. So copy this and paste it here. And we have this git push. So copy this, paste it here and hit enter. So it's completed. Now if I go to our project and reload the page, you can see we have our front end here. Awesome, we have all the packages. Next, I'm going to open render dashboard. So if you don't have any account, you can create one for free. So this is the dashboard. Here I'm going to create a new, then web services. And here you can see we already connected our grid provider here. And from here I'm going to import this Q&A backend. And here we have the language, node, the branch, main, region, the root directory, and the build command and the start command. Here we need to change. So we're going to use node server.js because this is our start command. If you remember, we use nodemon server.js. So here we are going to change it to node server.js. If you use node app.js or script.js, you can use it here. Now I'm going to use the free version. Then I'm going to add environment variable. So from here I'm going to copy all of these and paste it here, and then add variable, and the variable is added. And then I'm going to click here to deploy web services. So here we have an error, so we do not need it, extra one. So click here to deploy web services. And the deployment started, so you can see it's building. So let's wait some time to complete the deployment here. The deployment completed, and here you can see it's live. If I click here, it will open our backend, and here you can see status is success and messages just for testing the server is working. That means our server is working here. Awesome. Next, I'm going to open our Vercel dashboard. If you don't have any account, you can create one for free here. And here I'm going to click here to add new, and then I'm going to click here to project. And here we already have our git connected, and we have Q&A front end, and I'm going to import it. And here we need to add some environment variable. So I'm going to click here to import. We do not need it to import. So let's go to the front end, and in the front end we have end.local. So we have next public backend URL. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to paste it here, and for the value I'm going to use our this backend. So we are going to use this, and we are also need to add this slash API slash v1. So here slash API slash v1. That's it. So this is our environment variable. Now I'm going to click here to deploy, and this will start our deployment for our front end. So the deployment started. Let's wait some time to complete the deployment. So our deployment is completed. Now click here to continue to dashboard. And now we have a link. So if I click here, you can see we'll have a error. And if I inspect and go to the console, here you can see access to this this course policy error. Now to solve this, I'm going to copy this front-end URL. Then I'm going to open my backend app.js, and here in the course I'm going to add another API, another URL, sorry, the front-end URL of our deployed version. So now after doing this, we're going to again push our backend to our GitHub. So I'm going to cd to backend git in, we do not need the init, git add dot git commit dash m, let's say course fix, and then git push, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's deployed. Now if you go to the Q&A backend here and go to the here you can see that deploy started for course fix. That means if we push our project to the GitHub, it will automatically trigger a redeployment in our version. So let's wait to complete this deployment. Here you can cancel this deployment also. So let's wait to complete this. The deployment is completed. Now let's go to our Vercel. Let's close this and let's reopen our link. And it's again we have an error. Let's check. So it's from the cross origin, but I think we redeploy it. So here let's remove this slash. I think this will work. So let's again use git add dot git commit dash m, let's say fix, and git push. Now hit enter and it's completed, and here a new deployment started. Let's wait some time to complete this. Now the deployment completed. Now let's close this and reopen this, and now you can see we have our questions here. We have our answers and our home page. Let's use the light mode. So let's sign in first as a user. So we're going to use this. Click here to login. Login successful. Welcome back. And here let's submit a question. Let's say how deployment works. Let's click here to submit. So here it says you are not logged in. Please log in to access. So I think there are some problem here. So here I forget to do one thing, that is let's go to the backend, and here in the render backend let's go to the environment, and here let's edit this, and for the node in here I'm going to use production, and then I'm going to save, rebuild and deploy. So this will redeploy our project. So let's go here. So you can see a new deployment started. Let's wait some time to complete this. Now the deployment completed. Now let's go here, and if I reload the project and let's add a question. So let's say my name and how deployment works. If I submit questions and question submitted successfully, now we have the question. So our main problem is I forget to add the environment variable of production in the deployment. So now it's working. Let's go to the profile, and here you can see 6 questions to answer for pending. We have the pending question, we have the all question for this user. So let's sign out. Let's sign in as an admin. Let's log in as an admin. Login successful. Now let's go to the dashboard. And here you can see we have our dashboard with the total question, total answer, pending, the recent activity. We have this beautiful graph chart, and we have the response rate, average question, and active day. Let's go to the question. Let's answer some question here. So let's say this one, why JavaScript? So I'm going to search it in the Google, and I'm going to use the text from here to answer. So let's say this. Let's paste it here and submit answer. And you can see our answer submitted. Awesome. Here you can see the user, the total number of user, total number of questions. So everything works perfectly in the deployed version also. We have the dark mode, and you can see the pages in the dark mode, and we have this question list and all of this. Awesome. So now you have a link that you can share with your clients, and you can add it to your portfolio. This is a very smart project that you can add to your resume. So now we have completed this project from scratch to deployment. So that's it for today. Thank you.